Please take a seat, everyone. We welcome Anthony Russell and Sarah Aroeste.
Eli, Eliyahu, Hanavi Havena. Eli, Eliyahu, por nuestras casas venga. Eli, Eliyahu, Hanavi Havena. Eli, Eliyahu, por nuestras casas venga. Eli, Eliyahu, Hanavi Havena. Eli, Eliyahu, por nuestras casas venga. Eli, Eliyahu, Hanavi Havena. Eli, Eliyahu, por nuestras casas venga. Eli, Eliyahu, Hanavi Havena. Eli, Eliyahu, por nuestras casas venga. Eli, Eliyahu, Hanavi Havena. Eli, Eliyahu, por nuestras casas venga. Eli, Eliyahu, Hanavi Havena. Eli, Eliyahu, por nuestras casas venga. Eli, Eliyahu, Hanavi Havena. Eli, Eliyahu, por nuestras casas venga. Eli, Eliyahu, Hanavi Havena. Eli, Eliyahu, por nuestras casas venga.
Thank you so much to our musicians for bringing us into a day that is both joyful and mournful. We really appreciate everybody joining us here in person. We hope online. Susie, are they? Welcome to people online. We're glad you're there. My name is Carla Goldman. My pronouns are she and her. I'm going to start with some thank yous. So first of all, I want to thank the people who helped me create something in the field of Jewish education, which is not my field. So I leaned heavily on colleagues and friends, and they came up big, I think, as you're all going to experience. So I want to thank Laura Yares, Susie Tanchel, Sarah Flo Winston, Shara Feynman-Nemzer, Jenny Lewis, and Joni Blinderman. They gave me so much help in navigating this field to assemble a really stellar group of educators and artists, and also in helping to curate and cultivate the conversations and approaches that we will share today. I also want to thank, one second, I want to thank the entities and people who really, whose support and made what we're doing today possible. So first of all, I want to thank the Covenant Foundation for joining in this effort to honor Harlene Appelman's legacy, the Jean and Samuel Frankel Center for Judaic Studies at the University of Michigan, the Mandel and Madeline Berman Foundation, the Jewish Federation of Ann Arbor for their financial support, Michigan Hillel for their generosity and effort in accommodating this evening's program. Just Iced Tea for beverage support, and I hope you'll enjoy that in the back of the room whenever. Feel free to get up and get snacks and drinks as we go. And the Center for Judaic Studies at Eastern Michigan University and the Hebrew Day School of Ann Arbor for communal support. And I also, of course, want to thank the Michigan School of Social Work, their facilities team, for setting this up for us, and so much logistical support. Megan Bernard, my colleague who couldn't be here today. Our AV support, which is also very complicated and amazing, and Matt Winberg, who's here with us in the back, helping people online. And hopefully he's going to learn a lot about Jewish education today. And I'll also say thanks to the Department of Public Safety and Security here at the University of Michigan for really paying attention to where we're sitting here today in the midst of much else going on. So, much else going on, I want to mention that all of that support, right, that's what represents the community that together with Harlene, we're really here to honor today. So as we acknowledge this terrible moment that we are in, as we continue to reel from the murderous attacks now just about a week ago by Hamas in southern Israel, as we brace for coming military actions and the humanitarian disaster in Gaza, which, as we know, is already advancing. One of the things that strikes me as I was thinking about what we're trying to do today and why we go forward and we do these kinds of things, and we need to do these kinds of things, is the way in which, as you follow the news or social media, the sort of the assumed inevitability of all of this. And what has been paining me, I think, to see what seems that many in the Jewish community believe is that to call out the horrors of last Shabbat and to believe that Israel has a right to take down Hamas also means that we can do little more than regret civilian losses on all sides. I think that we are called upon to do more than that. The title of this conference, Unexpected Gifts, comes from a suggestion of Susie Tanchel. As a perfect frame to honor the uncommon contributions of Harlene Winnick Appelman. Indeed, Harlene, together with all the educators assembled today, I believe represent the idea that education, that arts, that culture can help us see beyond the inevitable, right? Our inbred assumptions about what will happen or should happen, to open up unexpected and uncommon ways to imagine a better world, because really I think that's what education is about. And that must be a world where our own humanity and loss is honored and validated, and where that validation does not then have to come at the expense of the humanity and loss of other innocent victims of conflict. Later this evening, I will share longer reflections from Joni Blinderman, Harlene's successor as executive director of the Covenant Foundation. Unfortunately, Joni, of course, hoped to be here today, but has suffering from a respiratory infection that's keeping her home. But she has shared some words about Harlene, but I just want to share one line from what she sent to me about Harlene. At this moment, right, her heart would be broken, but at the same time, she would have been moved to action immediately and demand that we do the same, knowing that our educators, families, and students need us. And indeed, we need each other. Coming together at this time of great pain is, I think, very much in Harlene's spirit. We cannot fix the brokenness staring us in the face right now. But I do believe that we can and should believe that a better world is possible and that it can start with us. Because really, if not now, when? And if not us, then who? I'm going to turn this over in a moment to Laura Yaris, but first I just want to acknowledge the presence of Harlene's husband, Henry Appelman, and we're very honored, Henry, by your presence. Okay, so we're gonna get started with our panel of educators. So let me just introduce Dr. Laura Yaris, who's assistant professor at Michigan State University. She's the author of an amazing and illuminating study of the, what's that? Oh, God. It's been a tough morning, sorry. Isn't that amazing that I did that? I know this so well. Who came up with this? Sorry, my apologies. So Laura's amazing. I didn't quite prepare Sharon's introduction, but she is amazing and also has roots at Michigan State University. And I went on to lead the Jewish education effort at the Mandel Center at Brandeis University, where she is now a professor emerita. And she is gonna bring her insight and her passion and her curation of an amazing group of educators together that she's going to introduce. So my apologies for that. Thank you. Okay, so I have this up, Sharon. Oh, there it is. Okay, great. Doesn't everybody say one word of how you're doing to just check
Can you hear me? How about me? Lovely to see you all today.
I'm told. Hi. Hi.
Okay, we are thrilled to be here today to join in this honoring and celebration of Harlene's legacy. I was thinking about, we read Bereshit, the parasha, at the beginning of the Tanakh, and one of the midrashim that I especially like is the story about about the sixth day when Adam and Eve were created. And after spending a lovely first day in the garden, night came, and Adam was terrified. He had never experienced darkness before. He had no idea whether it would go away or whether this was the end. I mean, it was a new and terrifying experience. And according to the Midrash, Eve, Chava, came to sit with him and hold him and comfort him and stay with him through the night until the light reappeared. And I think that is a metaphor for what we're doing today, coming together to support one another and hold one another at a terrifying time in our world, just as Carla said. So I was thinking both of the connection to the parasha and that midrash that gave me some justification for the continuation of the conversation. We also know in our tradition what it takes to combine joy and sorrow, happiness and sadness. That's characteristic of so many of our traditions. So I think we can also hold that combination of feelings as we gather today for this important acknowledgement of Harlene, who was such a creative and visionary and passionate and pragmatic leader who was gifted at finding unexpected talent in unexpected places and bringing that into the field. I think that was one of her gifts. I was very privileged to work with her both when I was at Michigan State and she was at the Federation here in Detroit. And then when I moved to Brandeis and made Jewish education more central in my professional life, to continue working with her. I remember when she went to the Covenant Foundation, thought that was such a brilliant choice on their part to choose her as their leader, and the amazing leadership that she provided to the field, and the standard of excellence and of aesthetics in class which the Covenant Foundation really established for us all. She really sought out unexpected gifts, and that gave us the theme for this session. And we are going to be talking about the unexpected gifts of children's ideas and questions as a tremendous resource in education for educators, for parents, for grandparents. So that's the focus of our session today, the unexpected gifts of children's thinking. And to explore that idea and what it could mean for Jewish education, we have an absolutely amazing collection of outstanding Jewish educators. I was thinking we could spend 2 hours easily on the work of any one of them. So we need to say Dayenu 3 times, because we have 3 of them. We have Susie Tanchel, whom I met when I met Susie Tanchel. She was one of the founding faculty of Gann Academy, a pluralistic high school in the Boston area. Then she took her amazing gifts, pedagogical gifts as a teacher of Tanakh, to the Jewish Community Day School, a progressive K-12 day school in the Boston area, which she was head of school for almost a decade, and now is the vice president at Hebrew College, where she's engaged, among other things, in the professional development of Jewish educators. We have Sivan Zakai. Some of you may have learned from Sivan this week. She has been sharing her wisdom and gifts about how to talk to children about Israel, because that is an area of her extraordinary research. She recently published a book, My Second Favorite Country, How American Jewish Children Think About Israel, an award-winning book based on a longitudinal study following a group of kids from kindergarten through 5th grade. The work continues, and we are blessed with her wisdom about how to talk about that challenging topic and in general about hard topics and make them more central in Jewish education. Sivan is at the Hebrew Union College Jewish Institute of Religion, where she's an associate professor of Jewish education. And Rebecca Milder, who's the founding director of an extraordinary Sunday school and after-school program, the Jewish Enrichment Center on the south side of Chicago, which has pioneered an amazing educational approach which centers the conversation around children's questions and creates many opportunities for them to express their ideas through all kinds of media. You will get a chance to see some of the kinds of products that children produce in her center in order to explore their own ideas. And this center is really a laboratory for other Jewish educators to learn a way of thinking and enacting Jewish education that also places children's ideas and questions at the center. So we are really blessed. These are, unexpected gifts in Jewish education to have these educators with us. And I want to tell you briefly what we're going to do and how we're going to do it, so you know what's going to happen in the next 2 hours. So we are collectively going to try to make a case for an approach to Jewish education which takes young learners' ideas and questions and feelings seriously, makes ample room for them, makes them more central in our educational experiences, and to talk together about what that could look like, why that would be important, what we might gain from such approach, and what we might have to give up if we go in that direction. So that's really what we're going to do. And the next slide, one more, and then we'll be done with slides, will tell us how we're going to go about it. So I'm going to start by really inviting our master educators to talk a bit about what this idea, this big educational idea, means to them, what it looks like, why they think it matters. So we'll have a conversation, and then we'll have a demonstration. what could this look like? There's not one way to do it. This is a big idea for us to think about as, I think, educators and parents and grandparents. So Rebecca will give us an example of what this looks like in her center, and we will model a way of looking at children's work and uncovering their ideas. We're going to model a process for you, and then you will all have a chance to experience that process yourselves. We will give you some materials from other educational contexts, and you'll have a chance to experience the same process that we've modeled. And then together we'll talk about, so what? What does this offer us? Why do we think this is important? What are some of the challenges if we would take this way of thinking about Jewish education more seriously? So that's the plan for the next 2 hours, and we're glad to have some people with us who aren't here in person. And we're done with the slides, and we'll turn now to our what we called our fireside chat. So, Rebecca, maybe we'll start with you. And I guess my first question is really for each of you to say a little bit about what does it mean? What is this big idea all about, this idea of centering Jewish education more prominently on children's questions, thoughts, feelings? How do you understand it? What does it mean to you?
Thank you, Sharon. And of course, I'm just going to start by saying, actually, at the Jewish Enrichment Center, we don't think of it as centering child and children's questions. We rather think of it as child being in dialogue with Judaism and their world. So this is a full dialogue that is always in play. So then when I think about bringing forward the child's voice inside of that dialogue, that's really like where my heart goes. And I think about one of the important features of education that does that is that the Jewish learning is fully entwined with the child's questions and ideas and grappling with what is life all about? Who am I? What's my role in this world? And that the Jewish learning and the humanity of the child are fully entwined in that process, in that educational process. And then the second thing I want to say about what is this kind of education that might bring forward the child's voice more, is that if we are to bring forward the child's voice, then it's the child's voice as they are right now. So this at whatever age they are, that's the person in front of us. That's the person doing the learning. So in this kind of education, what I'm hoping to be doing, what we do is a process that allows the child at the very age that they are to be doing the thing that they can do for their whole life. So as opposed to teaching the child for when they're 20 years older, I want to teach the person who's right here with me and do it in a way that will give them a thing they can do right now to be a full human being and full Jewish person, and the framework that they can use for their whole life. That's the kind of education I'm talking about.
I didn't say when I introduced Rebecca that her center has children from ages 3 to 13, right? Is that the right age range?
Yeah, actually we have infants through high school,
Okay.
And we are celebrating our 13th year.
Great.
So it's our B Mitzvah year.
So there are questions I want to ask about what you said, but let's give Sivan and Susie a chance, and then we can talk among ourselves about this.
So I began my teaching career as a high school educator of Tanakh. And early on, two things happened to me that I was really blessed by. One of them was that I met Professor Sharon Weimanemza, who, as one of my first professional development activities as a teacher was, I videotaped my class for 3 months, and Sharon sat and watched them with me and talked to me about education. Let me just tell you, that's about the best experience you can ever have. So I learned so much then because I came in with I was a graduate student, and I came in with such a bias around subject matter knowledge. I knew in my head, and I wanted just to tell them. And Sharon turned my attention to the fact that there were actually students in the room. That was a very important learning. And the other was hearing reading Deborah Myers saying, teaching is listening, learning is telling. That revolutionized how I thought about education. Because if you are listening, you aren't speaking, so someone else is speaking. And there was such a force as we were founding a Jewish high school to actually make Jewish studies as important to kids as math, as history, as science, for their futures. And so what that meant is I had to fully engage them in the process. And helping them hold complexity, helping them think deeply about subject matter, had to, by necessity, had to bring their thoughts and ideas as a central part of the conversation. I'll stop there for now.
I want to raise up, can you hear me? Okay. I want to raise up how very radical this idea is, because it might seem pretty obvious that schools ought to be places for children's learning. I think that's not an uncommon idea. But actually, to make schools places and I use the word schools very broadly, institutions in which children come to learn, and that might be a school, and it might be a synagogue, and it might be a summer camp, any of these contexts. To actually make schools broadly defined places where children come to learn and want to learn and care about learning, and places where children's ideas are respected and valued, not seen as juvenile or a half-baked idea that you'll grow out of someday, but a real idea that you have, that you sit with at this moment, is actually a very radical notion. And in Jewish education in particular, there is often an assumption that the purpose of Jewish schooling is the transmission of knowledge from generation to generation, that we send our children into Jewish schools so that they can learn the wisdom of the past. And I want to offer that is certainly not my purpose in doing this work. And I'd like to offer a different vision for what Jewish schools can be, which is places that help children live in the world as Jews. And that means living in all sorts of ways, in all sorts of moments, in very difficult moments like this one, and in very joyful moments, with their real experiences, their real questions, their real ideas and beliefs, given thought and care and respect, which is something that schools can do for all ideas and all people's ideas.
Thank you. I want to pursue this a little bit more, because I could imagine, I want to pursue this a little bit more with all of you, this big idea, because I could imagine that people hearing this might hear this as a call for what has been characterized as student-centered education. That's an idea we associate with progressive education. And I heard each of you say something a little bit different, and I think it's worth lifting up. First of all, this idea that this is about what children can do and are thinking about now. The leader of progressive education, John Dewey, said, profoundly that education is not preparation for life, it is life. So I hear you emphasizing that, which I think needs to be elaborated. But the other thing that you're saying that I think gets lost by many people who misunderstand what progressive education was all about is that it's their thoughts and feelings about something. It's not absent content. So I think it's not so easy to figure out how to bring those two common places together, that this is not just, I remember there's a famous cartoon in the New Yorker when progressive education fell off the track, where the kid is looking up at the teacher and saying, "Do we have to do what we want to do today?" Which is sort of the misunderstanding of progressive education. And I think there's more to be said about how you understand this relationship or dynamic between both the nowness, that this is life, living Jewishly now, not preparing you to be a Jewish parent or a Jewish citizen or a Jewish professional, and also this relationship between the what of Judaism and the child's curiosities. Yeah, so we could go back to you to say a little bit more, Rebecca.
Sure, thanks. Okay, so I'll start by bringing in another, is this on? Great. Another John Dewey concept that is very alive in the way that I think about this kind of education, which is rather than there being this goal that's like down the track somewhere, and we're all gonna, we'll arrive there and then we'll check mark and, now we'll all know math exactly and we'll all know Judaism exactly. And it doesn't, in my mind, it doesn't work like that. But in this Deweyan aim, we are aiming down this path, and we are going to walk together, the child and the educator and all of the children together. We're going to walk in the path towards this, inside of this vision that we have of what we're doing together. And that means that it's not whatever the child wants to be doing, because we're in a shared enterprise of being in the same path together. So one of the ways that the child gets to show up with exactly who they are right now, and Judaism gets to be what it is around the child and is part of the child's life, and the world too, is that all of these things stay live right in the moment. That as we're walking down the path, we get to address who this child is in the moment, and what is going on in the world, and what Judaism is, and what we might pull the wisdom out and bring forward in this moment, because we know where we're going. And so no one slice of educational time is a perfect slice that takes us exactly where we are supposed to be going, but it is a reflection of the dynamic nature of the child and Judaism and the world, and we get to be creating it and living inside of it right now as we're working with the children.
So I want to pick up on that, and also what Sharon was saying about schools not being sites of preparation. When I was leading JCDS, I said to folks a lot, particularly in admissions interviews, that if the school was only about preparing kids for high school, we should just close the doors right now. And I talked a lot about this being a site of practice, because actually, if you want citizens of this country and of the world who can work together to embrace difference, to transform for a more just and equitable world, that doesn't actually miraculously come in a package with a nice bow when they turn 18. You actually have to practice and learn how to do. And in the same way as if we started wanting to play the piano, We would need to practice that. It wouldn't just come. So you have to practice being active citizens. And I don't mean practice like prepare. I mean practice actually as doing something real again and again. So the second point, and this will be my last one for right now, but the second point I want to say also is that I guess I see kind of a balance a little bit between transmission and honoring students' thinking, and that is that texts actually, if we are in the interpretive process, you have to stay true to what the text is saying. It's not that everything goes, because you are learning how to be inside of a discipline. And so I time and again had to teach children, right, that it's not just what you're feeling about in the moment randomly. You are in relationship to a text that is in front of you.
I heard both Susie and Rebecca talk about, I use the word with children. And I think that's really important. And I want to hold that up. And I also want to offer some different language to think about this same question. In my own work, I sometimes think about flipping the script of who counts as an expert. So you might close your eyes for a moment and imagine an expert on Judaism or on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict or on Bible. And my guess is that if you weren't part of this conversation and you pictured that person, you were thinking about an adult professional, perhaps a political scientist or perhaps a rabbi, right? Someone with adult, deep knowledge and wisdom. In order for schools to function, though, there's not just one kind of expertise that needs to be taken seriously. We certainly need to honor the expertise and the expert wisdom of teachers and school leaders, without a doubt. And we also need to honor the expert wisdom of children, because children are actually experts in their own ways of thinking about the world. And we need to learn from them. I'll give you one example. Sharon alluded to the fact that I've spent over a decade listening to the same group of children from the time they were 5 years old. These group of kids are now all in high school, and I've been really listening to them very carefully to learn from them about how they learn about Israel. And sometimes people say, like, how did you get into that work? And I tell them a story of a professional development workshop that I was leading for Jewish educators, where 3 teachers, one at the elementary level, one at the middle level, and one at the high school level, were all sitting and talking together about the perfect moment to talk about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And they had in their head this idea that I, as an expert, should be able to tell them the exact grade level that it was appropriate to talk about. I can't remember the specific example at the moment. And I thought to myself, well, I certainly don't know the answer to that, and you don't seem to know the answer to that either, but you know who would know the answer to that? The children in our schools. We actually need to learn from them how it is that they are thinking. What are the questions they have at each age, at each stage, at each moment of development, because we cannot be the kind of teachers that they need unless we are willing to listen to their expertise and situate them in the chair of the expert, where they get to tell us what they think about, what they wonder about, what they know, what they care about.
Thank you. So we've heard a lot of important ideas about going on the walk with children, about honoring their expertise, that this is a conversation about something, whether it's the situation in the Middle East or a Tanakh text or some other aspect of Judaism. So we want, what could this look like? We want to give you a concrete example of what it might look like to put these ideas into practice. Susie used the word practice, so that's an important term for the next step in our process together, because we're not only, I'm going to invite Rebecca to introduce you to a piece of work from her center produced by a child, and then the four of us are going to examine that work together, modeling a practice of looking closely at children's material productions, at children's ideas, and trying to figure out what's going on for this child. What is this child thinking about? So we're going to model a process or a practice. I think of it very much as somebody who works with teachers in professional development. This is a practice that we take seriously as a professional practice, but I think it's a way of approaching children that is a practice for all of us to incorporate. And then you'll have a chance to try out the same practice on some other samples of children's work. Practicing listening and hearing what a child is working on. Practicing uncovering a child's ideas from a piece of work that the child has produced. So over to you, Rebecca.
We are putting up, thank you. Okay, so as Sharon just mentioned, we're going to be looking directly at a piece of work created by a child at the Jewish Enrichment Center. And I just wanted to give you a bit of context about Jewish Enrichment Center so that you might recognize it as having similar logistics to many other sites. Even though we're not officially a congregational school, we are independent. But we share logistics of a lot of places that do have after-school Jewish learning. So we are a Sunday and after school founded in 2011. So that is our laboratory school that works on strategies and resources for raising the child's voice in Jewish learning. So underneath everything you see is a particular educational approach that was developed at the Jewish Enrichment Center. Right now we're about 75 children. It's infants through high school. We grew 1 grade a year, and children come twice a week. Or maybe they come more, but they choose their days, and we offer transportation from local schools. Okay, the centerpiece of the educational approach that's important for us to listen for, to see if we can see how does that work? What does that look like inside the piece, the thing from the child that we're about to investigate, is look for that melding of Judaism and the child's big questions. And see how that comes up when you look at what the child has created. The last thing I'm going to say about this context is what you're about to see is the final thing that came out of a 8 or 10 week exploration. So that is we offered children text. They explored it. They brought up their big questions, and like Susie was saying, really wrestled with the complexity both of the text and what was going on inside them. They were in conversation with peers. They were in conversation with art materials. And then finally, by the end of that time, they created the piece that we will be looking at today, which then got shared publicly so that the entire community, and now we, could be in conversation with this child, with this child's work. So, background.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So on your tables, you will notice that you have 4 envelopes. One of them, it should be the one on top, says, when instructed, open me first. You want to open just the one with writing on it, and you will find in it 2 separate documents. One document is this beautiful piece of work from a student in Rebecca's school. It looks like this. It's a two-sided document. It has both a visual image on one side and text on the other side, both created by the child. Am I right? And then you will also find a separate document that looks like this. That is the protocol that we are going to use. We're going to model it for you now in looking at this piece of work from Rebecca's school, and then you'll have a chance to do it with other work later on.
So everyone should now have two pieces of paper in their hands, one with the work and one with the protocol.
So I'm giving the people up here a minute to take in this work, to look for details, to read it, to see what happens inside of them, what thoughts or feelings might come up for them, or questions might come up for them as they're reading and encountering what the child has done. So, Susie, Sivan, Sharon.
One of the things that I noticed was the repetition of the words change and punishment. The only paragraph that I don't see either of those words is the third paragraph that starts the acts. Otherwise, either change or punishment is in each of the paragraphs.
Yeah.
And another thing that gets repeated is it shouldn't be a lifelong punishment. That phrase appears in the first paragraph, and it appears elsewhere as well. The idea that there's something problematic about lifelong punishment.
In addition to seeing the characters from the text, the Nachash, snake, and the Adam, human, I also see a God appearing and the child's mother appearing in these words.
But not in the picture.
But not in the picture.
What you do see in the picture is the axe, which is also referred to in one of these paragraphs.
Yeah, the third.
The third paragraph. As a way of expressing, I guess, the idea that the work is hard and the child doesn't think it should go on forever.
Is the Nachash, is the snake in? Oh, there, to the right of the axe. So we have a person, an axe,
And a snake.
right?
And we also seem to have fruit at various stages of either ripening or falling or being picked from this tree. It's not clear, but what is clear is that not all of the fruit is in the same stage or the same place.
I also noticed that the fruit is red-ish.
Another word that I think comes up again and again is the word change. I mean, this is, I guess, the reason why lifelong punishment is viewed as not a good thing, because this child is saying Adam could change, and people can change, and I have changed, and
Yeah,
So
Sharon, I just want to name something else that you're bringing to our attention in these observations about what's going on with the child. You just linked up, the child is talking about change with Adam, or the human Adam, with other people, with herself,
And a mom.
we're staying completely in the observational. What are we noticing about the child's words, the child's art?
I'm really struck by the sentence, the second to last sentence, and the police officer and God are basically on the same team. This child is putting contemporary humans and God as on a team together.
Right,
And
and,
the
and
work
just to
is-
further that, right, the next sentence, the juxtaposition of God puts a punishment, that's the one side, and then because they're on the same team, the other version of that team is police officers send people to jail.
And the child is telling us it's the same thing.
Basically.
And it also invoking the work of his or her mom, who is engaged in helping people get out of jail who didn't belong in jail. So another sort of a contemporary example of a punishment that was unfair, and that was caused by, I guess, those police officers. So that whole last
Sharon,
paragraph.
can I ask you about that one? The punishment, you were naming that in the last paragraph, the child says that they didn't deserve to be in jail. So who was responsible? Who was responsible for having them be in jail? Like,
the
according
fourth
to the
sentence says
child.
the police assumed that the guy was going to be bad forever, for the rest of their lives. This is in tension with the idea of change, which this child feels very strongly about. The people have the potential. Everybody changes is a phrase in the last paragraph. So putting somebody in jail assumes that the person won't change.
And the child also puts a time frame on change earlier in this writing. They could change in a month, they could change in a week. Certainly wherever they are now, and now I'm quoting, it doesn't have to be their whole life. So there's the idea of change and then a time frame in which you could change.
So with all of these things that you're noticing about the child's statement here, the child's visual art, what do you hear the child talking about? You know, what's this child wrestling with?
I
In
think
your
one
opinion, I just really want to make sure. Like, we can ask
'cause
this
we don't-
question, right? What is this child wrestling about? It's all how we see what's going on with this child.
Right. So when I was reading it, I was thinking about the process of teshuvah, the process of, making something right, and people losing the possibility of doing that, the hope that lies within that.
I read this slightly differently. I interpret this as the child asking a profound question of God. Why, in this story, does God put a punishment that is so harsh that it is unchangeable, that it assumes that human beings who made a mistake will always be that way instead of change over time?
I want to build on that because I feel like this child has some profound understanding of human nature. Sort of the idea that people have the capacity to change is really quite extraordinary. And it might take time, and the time frame could be of different lengths. But I think the child's also wrestling with what's fair. You know, that a punishment can be good or bad. That's something that is also said here. So what is it that enables people to change, and what role, if any, does punishment play in that process? Like, what else could help move people toward change besides a punishment forever?
right? They should only get a punishment for a week. If they do something good and earn it back, you have no punishment. Right? That's right. So you can undo wrong by doing something right, and then you have no punishment. But you did. I'm so curious about that.
Okay. The police assumed that the guy who they put in jail was going to be bad for the rest of their life and put them in jail. God assumed that they would be bad for the rest of their life, but it's really not like that. One of the things that's come through, in our conversation right here is just how many things that the child is working on at once, how entwined they are. So then if you were to, I'll make visible right now, we have a choice. I wonder what's coming up. We're going to go this way. I wonder what's coming up for you when you hear this child. What thoughts or feelings or questions? When you hear all that the child is wrestling with, when you hear its ties to the text, when you hear her ties to life, what's coming up for you?
Here you'll see my subject matter bias. What's coming up for me is I'm so curious about what the classroom discussion was and what were the possible interpretations of Genesis chapter 3.
Good. Keep going. What other thoughts, feelings, questions came up?
I wonder how this child will interpret other parts of the text where either there are things that are done that seem immoral, wrong, problematic to the child. And also, I'm even more curious about how the child interprets perhaps stories from Jewish tradition about people arguing with God and saying, from the tradition, it's okay to say, hey, God, maybe you're wrong in this punishment in this moment, and what that would do for the child's relationship with this particular text.
I'm also curious about the child's own, the child invokes his or her mom's experiences, so clearly the mom must be sharing her work and her position, her view about what's happening to the people that she tries to get out of jail. But I'd like to know more about this child's experiences also, like what punishments are in the child's life? What is punishment? Where does punishment sit in this child's own experience? And how are these ideas connected to that?
I also want to know, is that the Adam, and so Chava is missing, or is Chava absent and Adam?
The little red person in the...
Well, I don't know if it's supposed to be, because they're both in Genesis 3, so.
One last, any feelings come up? We're so intellectual, so happy and eager and mind readily available. Any feelings come up?
I'm very moved. I find this very moving. I feel like I feel the child's passion. The child feels passionate about this idea that the punishment is unfair, that people can change. So I'm feeling that emotion from the words and I find it very moving.
Totally honestly, I want to engage with this child around the issue of punishment, but I also want to open up a different possible interpretation of this parak, because I think that maybe there's been a fundamental misunderstanding of what is actually going on in the chapter.
So you wonder if the child read the text in the same way that you would read the text.
Right.
And maybe the child it sounds like the child had a really different interpretation of the text than you would. And I wonder how it feels to be sitting with Torah with such a different interpretation. And
Love it.
right? And how it, yes. And if we care so much that the child holds Torah and loves Torah, but doesn't necessarily share the thing that we share, or I share, or you share, because maybe there's 50 different interpretations or 100,000 different, even in this one room, how that might be to us. And one more thing, Sharon's like, it's time. But I just want us to notice right here in this fifth grader's life, how many things are entwined, how many things come up to the surface to get wrestled with through a single bit of text, and the way that they come out of the text into this child's life, and then actually flow back into the text to influence how the child might be interpreting the text again. And so that's a great example of, here's where the child is. We get to be in conversation with the child right where they are, but it also opens things up for us to get to keep being in conversation with the child as the child learns and grows.
I think we should save the last question. Yeah. Okay, so thank you. We could keep talking about this work and its implications, but we want to give you a chance to also have practice hearing a child and thinking about what this child that you're going to encounter is thinking about. So if you just look at your protocol for a minute, I just want to highlight a few things about the process that we want you to use. So it's the page that's called A Process for Uncovering Children's Ideas. And I want to highlight the first 2 steps, which is what you saw us modeling. So the first thing that Rebecca asked us to do, which we want you to first do, is to read carefully the words of the young person that you're going to be whose work you're going to be looking at, and to underline things that stand out to you or make some marginal notes to yourself, but to read that work carefully, and if it has art associated with it, to also look closely at the work. So that's the first step, which is on your own to study the work itself. But then you may recall that Rebecca asked us, what do you see in the work? The first step is to describe what's there, what ideas are being expressed, what words are being used, what images appear in the work, to try to create, with whomever you work with, we'll talk about that in a minute, a rich description of the work itself. Not what you think about it, not what you'd say to the kid, not what you change about what the kid's thinking. Even Susie, who has a different interpretation of Genesis 3, was trying to understand, what is this child saying? So that's the first text, to look closely at the work and to lift up, to name, to point to what's there. And that's very, very important. That's how you hear the child. You have to hear what they're saying. And that kind of attuned listening or careful reading, this takes practice, but we're inviting you to play that out, and since you're all here, I'm assuming that this is also something in your dispositions as well. And then the second step, which is called Exploring Your Own Reactions, is a chance for you to then share what you make of it, what it makes you feel or think about when you encounter this child's set of ideas and their expression in art, if there's art about it. What comes up for you when you hear this young person's thoughts and feelings and questions? What are your own personal reactions and questions about what you hear? What we didn't do is the third question, and we definitely want you to take some time to think about this as well at your tables or with the partners that you work with, and that's to think about, what could we gain from placing children's thoughts and ideas more as a more central part of our Jewish educational experiences? And what might we leave behind if we embrace this way of approaching Jewish education? So that's really the third question about implications. And we're going to give you a chance for the next 25 or so minutes to look closely at a piece of work produced by a young person in a Jewish education setting, and to go through this process. This might feel awkward. It's a little unnatural. Our first impulse is to jump in and say what we think, but it's a process that slows things down and helps you pay more close attention to the child's own ideas and feelings before you share what you think about it. So that's what's behind this protocol. And now Rebecca and Sivan and Susie are going to describe the choices that you have. You're going to choose one artifact to look at. They are in the envelopes at your table, which you'll open in a minute. But first, here are your choices. What we don't want to do is spend lots of time making choices. So listen to what they say about what they've brought. Decide what's most appealing to you, and you'll pull that out, a copy of that piece of work. And then we're going to encourage you, either as a whole table or with one partner, find somebody else or some other people at your table who are interested in the same work, and use this protocol to have a structured conversation. That's what's going to happen in the next block of time as soon as we get everybody organized. So, Susie, what did you bring?
I brought an artifact of 3 students struggling with the question of human authorship of the Torah in a 12th grade Bible class.
I brought a case study of one child's beliefs and ideas about the Western Wall, the Kotel in Jerusalem, as she grew from kindergarten through 5th grade.
And the third choice is another artifact from the same theme. So it's also about Genesis 1, 2, and 3, a different child in the same group as the one that you just saw.
So you're going to pick one of those 3 pieces of work: the high school students grappling with the authorship of the Torah, a case of a child whose relationship with the Kotel evolved over time, and another example of work from Rebecca's Center on Genesis 3. So everybody should find, the envelopes are labeled, so choose the work that you want to look at, and then hold it up or speak to the people at your table and find one or more partners. And So I just want to, you have about 8 minutes to continue the conversation, and I want to just encourage you to give all 3 questions their due. So be sure and touch on all 3 if you can. You have about 8 more minutes to go, so be sure you get to all 3 questions. Thank you. So hate to interrupt when people are, engaging.
Timing,
It's time. I'm going to say. Oh, okay. So my least favorite thing to do is to interrupt active conversations among thoughtful educators. But let's let the person at your table who was speaking finish their sentence, and then we're going to reconvene our panel, and we want to hear some of what you've been talking about. So that's really what's happening next. Okay, and we have a microphone that will move around so that we can listen to you. Okay. Some notes.
I think there's a mic at each table.
Carla, there's a mic at each table. Are they connected enough to work? Okay, so when you speak, if you can grab the mic at your table and hold it close to your mouth and turn it on, that will be great. And I see some people getting snacks, which is great. Maybe we'll take 30 seconds for people to stand up and stretch and grab a snack, and then come back to your seat so we can hear some of what you've been saying and what this opened up for you. Okay, let's regroup because we also want to hear what you've been thinking about this. So if people could take their seats, the question that I want to pose is a pretty open one, at least for starters. Like, what did this experience of looking closely at one student's thoughts and feelings, at one artifact from these wonderful educational settings, what did this raise for you? What are some of the questions or responses that this exercise evoked? Who wants to start us off? Great. There's a mic at your table, and if you turn it on, and we will all be attentive.
This has just been a really interesting exercise. It looks like it's on. Can you? Hello? All right. So we looked at Gia's reflections on the Kotel and the Western Wall, and I think the lingering question a really interesting exercise, but the lingering question for me about so she's really angry as a fifth grader. And she seems to be angry at her teachers and her parents for not preparing her properly for the experience at the Western Wall. And my question is, like, right, how do I know? Because as a teacher, my experiences at the Western Wall were very different than what Gia experienced. And I hope I'm saying her name correctly. Thank you. And, you know, so like, what is the role of the teacher in this process? Like, you know, and I love the wonder that she had as a kindergartner and as a second grader, how that's starting to develop. But then, you know, how am I supposed to know when she's in third grade she's going to go visit the Western Wall and have a very traumatic experience?
Thank you for that question. Let's collect some thoughts and reactions and questions, and then I'll invite our educators to respond to what they're hearing. Who else wants to share? Please grab the mic, put it close to your mouth.
Okay, is this? Okay, great. Yeah, so I was in one of the high school groups, and one of my reactions was just like, in some ways, a sense of sadness, but also a sense of hope of like seeing all three of these students like realizations about Torah change, and like them grappling with like the relationship between history and theology, and like thinking like, okay, I'm at the end of high school, this is what I have learned before, and this is where I'm at now.
Thank you. Who else? What did this raise for you? What are you thinking now? What implications? Please. Closer to your mouth.
Our group also did the 12th graders learning about the notion that humans, not God, wrote the Torah. And what struck us is almost to the person, they were very ambivalent about how they felt about this. In the one sense, they're sort of like, what do you mean God didn't write this? And on the other hand, they're like, oh, now it all makes much more sense. Now I can embrace my Judaism more. So that kind of struck us. Lavana, do you want to add anything?
I was just talking about the Rambam who wrote, the Hasid, Mitchased. He talked about two kind of Hasidim, one that is following the rules exactly as they are, and the other one is contemplating, but that's what is making him stronger. So there was this Jason who said, you know, now I've become really much stronger, and that's amazing. And the other are kind of shattered. Well, I had a belief, but what's happening with this belief? Because now I'm confused.
The idea of that confusion and it could make you strong, and doubt can make you stronger. Yeah, other, please.
Great. So we were reading the Gia piece in the Western Wall, and I think it was just fascinating to watch her evolution from just this fairy tale mystical idea, which I so loved that was how she fell in love, and that she loved going to the kotel with a mixed group. And then the way in which she was shocked and felt unprepared, and the language at the very end was that she blamed her parents and teachers for what they didn't show her and didn't prepare her for. And it made me think, Sivan, of what you were saying before of, I don't know at what age, but they will tell you. And here is Gia saying to us, at some point before I was walking to the kotel and seeing this gender separation, that I was ready to hold the complexity of both the magical and how happy this place could make me, and also the complicated and the anger that I could feel. So here was somebody in third grade. I don't know for everyone what it may be, but that's what she was telling us.
Thank you. So yes, please.
I'll piggyback off of that because we discussed the same story.
Can you bring it a little
Yep.
closer?
For me, one of the glaring things there is the role of the tour guide as an experiential educator. And she's blaming her parents or other educators, but like in that moment, like you need to meet that moment and get on the same baseline in terms of expectation and understanding for the experience that the child is about to go through. So I think that there was a big omission, and I think that's a key pivotal moment for education, which clearly had big ripple effects afterwards.
Thank you. So we've heard some really interesting questions and reactions to the actual work, the students' ideas and feelings. I wondered if any of you got to the third question about what's gained by such an approach, which makes ample room in an educational setting to hear the thoughts and the questions and the feelings of young learners. And what do we have to give up? Like, what are some costs and benefits, or some under the implications question? We didn't get a chance to talk about that among ourselves, but we'd love to hear what ideas you had about that third question. Thank you.
I think that anybody wants to be affirmed at any age, when they're small, when they're old, and in between. And by having that kind of affirmation of listening, and like, you're worth listening to, and I want to honor you as a person, that you encourage that person's engagement with you. And as the hope of Jewish education is to continue it, I think that kind of listening, what you call deep listening, is really essential. And if they learn a few less facts about something that's also in the classroom's curriculum, and instead are listened to more closely and related to, I think we have a better chance of continuing to meet that goal.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm really loud. Okay.
That's good.
If we listen to kids and they tell us what we missed, then we can course correct instead of telling them, no, what I'm teaching you is right and you need to think my way. If they're telling us it didn't work, then it didn't work.
Lana.
I think just to piggyback on both of those, it's like, what might we leave behind if we make more room for what's on young people's minds? And it's our own expectation of what they will get out of the lesson or the trip or the whatever. Is like, if our expectation is not met, that doesn't mean the child isn't learning or getting experience that will teach them. So I think leaving behind our own sort of expectation, maybe not hope, but like expectation for what they're going to learn or what they're going to get out of the lesson or the situation.
Please.
We talked about we'd like to have them be able to share their ideas with each other. It was written down, but and my idea is if they can all then share with each other what their ideas were, it can really help increase empathy, because they could see then, as we heard from you as panelists earlier, that the folks that they're on journey with have different ideas, and they can still journey together now and as they keep journeying.
Other thoughts about the implications, what we give up, what we gain? Laura.
Maybe just to reiterate,
what we lose. If they want to have facts about when it was built and so forth, they can read books or go on their phone, and a lot of kids do that. So it's much more important to find out where they are and how they interpret things, and even the very concrete of wanting to touch the rocks to be able to put a piece of paper in. Sure, that's magic, but also that's very good to say something about, well, gee, that's pretty exciting. What do you think that means? And then they can go on to the other part, but not indicating, oh, you better not touch, or again, giving facts, because kids just tune you out when you're giving facts. They remember what they say, and if you listen to them, they remember that you listened.
I was just thinking on a practical level, what you gain is more of a skills-based empathy and connection approach. And, you know, people talked about engagement, but also logistically, like you can lose out on breadth of content. You lose out on your sense of right answers, which I think somebody mentioned over here. Maybe the student that you were discussing before came up with a kind of an off interpretation, but maybe they gained that experience of the skill of interpreting text. You can also lose out on teacher talk time, which is, I know some teachers have a hard time with. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Final thoughts about implications of this way educational orientation or stance from our group? Am I missing somebody? Okay, well, thank you for your very thoughtful observations and questions. And before we close this session, I want to invite our educational leaders to share what did they hear, something that you want to pick up on, or something that you want to just underscore about from our session. Yeah, go for it, Rebecca.
Okay, thanks. I was thinking about why this practice matters. Clearly, I'm all in this practice. And what lifted my heart just now is the things that I wrote down about why it matters are the things that just came forward. And so I'll give them back to you so that we can hear them so clearly, and that maybe they would lift your heart too. This matters because affirmation. Because when the child is seen and known and accepted for who they are, and when that is done in a Jewish context, that child goes and seeks that feeling. They will seek it out in a Jewish context because that is the place where they were known. And the second thing that I heard, and now I lost the person who said it. So help me find this person and give kavod to this person. The person who said empathy. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that word out. Listening to children is a virtuous cycle. Listening to children is a practice that when we do it, we ourselves grow in the capacity to hear not just children, but everybody around us even more. Listening to children is a practice that also then models for children what it is to listen and be present and hear different voices, different opinions, even as we journey together. I think listening to children is an incredibly powerful practice that raises dignity in the world for all people.
You said, Rebecca, modeling for children. I also want to call up what children are modeling for us. A sense of wonder about the world, the ability to be surprised by new ideas, even when that's really tough, even when those ideas confront what we thought we knew, right? And in all of these examples, we are seeing children who are able to sit in the wonder and the surprise and the confusion. And yes, we are modeling for them, and yes, they are also modeling for us.
So I'm going to, I guess, talk a little bit about what we lose. And I was just thinking about how many of my mistakes I should make public here. And I'm going to start with one, which is I built a scope and sequence of a Tanakh curriculum from 9th to 12th grade at this high school that I was on the founding faculty of. And one of the things we did was I really was committed to kids reading the text before they got to Parshanut, before they got to medieval Jewish interpretation. I really wanted kids, mamash, to know biblical Hebrew grammar. So I taught it to them, and they got totally into it. Woohoo! Except when they got to 10th grade, they felt so damn good about themselves and how they could interpret a text. Why did they have to value Rashi? Yeah, I had to rethink a little bit after that. I think one of the things that I think about in terms of really honoring children's thinking is about teacher education and how much teachers really need to know in order to be able to honor children's thinking. Because when you're teaching something, I remember from my dissertation I read, and I think it was by Deborah Ball, an article about staying one chapter ahead, right? That if you're only staying one chapter ahead, right, you actually don't have the confidence and the strength and the presence to actually let the kids have a say in where the conversation's going, because you really want to teach them what you know in your brain. So I feel like part of it also, in addition to having to think about, so what are the implications for how we teach teachers or future teachers, is also about humility and the place of humility and the connection between humility and curiosity and empathy. So I'm sort of mid-thought, but that's where I am right now.
Listening to Susie always reminds me that I learned from her that grammar is meaning, right? This is Susie's mantra from that 9th grade class. I listened to all those videotapes. I also want to underscore the sense of, people use the word empathy, but the worth of your ideas, the affirming impact of having your thoughts and ideas taken seriously, which is something that we all want and grow from, and having that happen in a Jewish educational setting helps us also convey the idea that Judaism and Jewish learning has something to say to the things we care about. You know, it's not this disconnect between what we want children to learn and what they're thinking about it. So I think it is the place to make a very powerful bridge. I want to just, as a way of kind of sharing this stance that we're trying to advocate for, Susie, I think, invoked Deborah Meyer, who is an extraordinary educator, founder of 3 schools, and an educational reformer. And what she used to say, it's sort of building on what you said, we need less teaching as telling and learning as listening, and more teaching as listening and learning as telling. And I think that line really sort of encapsulates a lot of what's important about this approach. And I just wanted to close with a story. It's a Covenant Foundation Harlene story, so it seems apt both to the content and to the occasion. Many, many years ago at East Lansing down the road, when I was very involved in, as a lay person, as an educator, but in my, not my main full-time job, the religious school, we got a grant from the Covenant Foundation, which was an extraordinary gift to create what we call the Avocational Teacher Project. And the point of the project was to transform parents in the congregation into teachers in our school, especially teachers of Torah. So a big part of the program was the adult teachers studying Torah together, including Parshat HaShavua, and we studied with a teacher of all of ours, Gail Dorff. And each of us, the teachers were organized, the parents were organized into teaching teams. There were 3 people on a team at each grade level between 3rd through 7th grade. The idea was that the team would create a schedule. There had to be at least 2 people there every Sunday so that your practice was public and you had support and so on and so forth. I put myself on the 7th grade team, and the focus of the curriculum was Parshat HaShavua, and I worked with 3 guys, one who writes comic books, one who sells medical equipment, and one who worked for the State Department in some capacity, I don't remember. But they got so excited about their study of the weekly portion with Gail that they couldn't wait to show up on Sunday morning and tell kids what they thought about the parashah. And my main task during our years of work together was to persuade them that their job was not to tell kids what they thought, though that had a place, but to try to elicit and uncover and get kids to tell them what the kids were thinking. And that was a huge transformation. So I think, and these were lay people, they were not professional educators, but they brought ideas about teaching and learning that are very much pervasive in, I think, our broader culture. So I think that it underscores the fact that, as Sivan said, this is a radical idea. It's not a superficial change. It's a huge shift or reset of our ways of thinking about Jewish education and teaching and learning, and one I think that I hope today has given you more ammunition to pursue it if this is how you're already thinking about Jewish education, and opening up the possibility of making more space for the kind of, for invitations for your learners to share what they're thinking about and for you to learn from their unexpected gifts. So thank you very much. Thank you for participating so wholeheartedly in this exercise, which I think would have pleased Harlene a lot. I think she was a fellow progressive Jewish educator, and I hope that this honors very much her gifts and her commitments and her values as a Jewish educator.
I actually just, I didn't want to interrupt, but I wanted to just also say this because Harlene holds a very special place in my heart, and I wanted to say that affirming children's ideas, in Harlene's name, I want to say, in affirming children's ideas, it doesn't mean that you always have to say that they're right, because sometimes challenge also matters, and I feel like Harlene's spirit and passion was so much about challenging the status quo and standing up for what's right. And in numerous conversations that I had the privilege and honor of having with her, she just kept encouraging me to pursue what I knew was right, even if it wasn't in line with what was always being done. So yes, I feel like in her memory, if we can all passionately go out and challenge the status quo, it will serve her legacy well. So sorry for adding on, but.
Thank you all so much to this group. This is our break, so take advantage of it. Enjoy the people here and the snacks and the just iced tea.
And the copies of the artifacts, if you would kindly leave them on the table, we'll come around and collect the copies of the artifacts. The ones from the Jewish Enrichment Center need to go back to the Jewish Enrichment Center.
I've been a classical vocalist for over
turn.
I mean, you can wear it.
All right.
Yeah, and just you'll need to project. Otherwise, as you can see, she was kind of projecting. But if you put it up close,
I appreciate that. Okay, folks, let's gather back up for our next awesome session. Ben, I'm looking to you for leadership back there. Get people to sit down.
I just know where you're going to be facing people on your left. So
No. Just getting people to sit down.
yeah, so putting it over here might be better. Just don't forget you have it on. So
No hot micing.
Sam, the photographer. Can you get these folks over here? We have a professional photographer, people. Let's go. Let's get that.
So worst case, if people are like, I can't hear you.
Okay, we're going to get started.
Sounds good. Thank you.
So a few things. Welcome back. Thank you to those amazing educators. This is just what we dreamed of. And I know for myself, I think particularly at this moment in time, when I go back into the classroom, I'm going to carry this with me. There's a lot that we need to teach in content, but there's a lot that's happening right now, and wherever we are, what is it going to take to listen and to make people feel like they're being heard? I didn't mention at the outset that this program is being presented by the Jewish Communal Leadership Program, which I direct. And I want to say to the alumni here, did we lose? We want to take a picture quickly, and students want to take a picture quickly before we head to Hillel, so that we document that. And just why is the Jewish Communal Leadership Program doing this? And why did people in the first class of JCLP from 12 years ago, something like that, why are some of them here? Harlene was amazing to us, to our students, as she was to so many, right? But we'll talk more about this later this evening, but to feel seen, to feel heard, to feel valued, to know that someone cared about what you were going to do with the gifts you were given and how to give you more unexpected gifts. That's why we're here. That's why I felt a year ago, the question was, what are we going to do to honor this beautiful person who did so much for me, for our program, for our students. So thank you. So as I began to introduce inappropriately before, Dr. Laura Yaris from Michigan State. A lot of Michigan State here. Go green.
Go white.
Is such an interesting scholar and academic. Has written this beautiful book about the Jewish Sunday School called
Jewish Sunday Schools, Teaching Religion in 19th Century America.
Teaching Religion in 19th Century America, Jewish Sunday Schools, and you'll be surprised about the audacity of the Jewish Sunday School. Don't dismiss it. And the influence and the impact. But in addition to this historical work and that kind of scholarly work, she's also engaged in so much in terms of contemporary Jewish arts and culture and its impact on learning and its possibilities for learning. And Laura's, which has just been amazing and patient with me through this whole process for more than a year of seeing to it that we got to a program that would really matter and would resonate. And so she is also cultivating this conversation, the next conversation. I'm just very grateful, so thank you.
Carla, I don't think you can hear me. Can you hear me? Nope. Okay. So we're gonna hold it up. Here we go. Can you hear me now? All right. I'm going to stand up because we've been doing too much sitting. My name is Laura Yaris, and my role on this panel is I'm the boring, fusty academic sitting with three incredible artists, Hillel Smith, who's a visual artist, Anthony Mordecai, Tzvi Russell, and Sarah Aroeste, who are both musical artists. And so I think I will have been successful if I say as little as possible. This is my goal.
What I am going to do is I'm going to facilitate a conversation, and I'm going to tell you what we are going to do over the next 2 hours. When you invite wonderful artists to come and spend time with you, it would be an absolute mistake, a shanda if you will, just to spend the entire time talking. Am I right? Right. So we're going to start with something a little bit experiential. I've asked each of our wonderful artists to take the first 10, 15 minutes to lead you through an exercise, an activity that will allow you to get a first-hand experience of their work. So we're going to start with that. Then we'll take a quick comfort break, and then we'll resume for a broader conversation in which our wonderful artists here will tell you about the various ways that their work yields unexpected ways of thinking about not only Jewish education, but Judaism itself, who Jews are, and what Judaism is all about. And we're going to start with Hillel Smith. If you would, a round of applause. Nope. Oh, we've run out of battery. Does anyone have a... Anthony, is your mic good?
Now it's green. Okay, great. Before we even introduce ourselves for real, before you know anything about our work, assuming that you haven't Googled us already, we are going to lead you through a few shorter exercises to get in the spirit of creativity, thinking broadly about Judaism, Jewish art, education. And so we'll get right into it. On the tables in front of you, you have colored pencils and also paper. I would like everyone to take one sheet of paper, and we are going to do a very quick, let's say 30 seconds to a minute drawing exercise. Draw what Judaism looks like. Do not show anyone else at your table. Do not discuss it. This is a personal thing, and I'm putting a timer for 30 seconds. The first thing that comes into your head, just draw it down. Judaism. Draw Judaism.
I think the Jeopardy theme yesterday is gone. Oh, you should totally do it. You should totally do it.
All right, 10 seconds. Three, two, one. All right, stop, pencils down. I would like you to take your drawing, fold it in half, and put it away. Now, take a fresh sheet of paper. For a little bit longer, we'll do maybe a minute or two. Draw what happy looks like. Happy. Draw the emotion of happiness. It's about one more minute. About 10, 15 seconds. All right, finish up whatever it is that you're doing. All right, great. Because we're all involved in Jewish education, I hope you don't mind that I will just call on some volunteers to tell us about their work. Please. No, just the new drawing that you just made.
Happiness is a smiley face, right? Happiness is a smiley face.
So raise your hand if you drew a smiley face. Okay. Why? Why did we choose a smiley face? Someone else who raised their hand?
I smile when I'm happy, but I sometimes smile even if I'm not happy too. So.
Sure. Who else? I saw over here. Who else raised their hand? So why a smiley face? I heard you say something that you were not an artist.
I think I'm trapped in the symbols that I've been taught.
Okay. So a smiley face, this is a iconographic approach to artistic representation. This is a symbol that we all know, that we're all familiar with. We have a cultural context. And we are choosing this symbol because not only is it the first thing that comes into our mind, it's also immediately recognizable to other people what it is that we are trying to express. I saw something over here. Would you mind please telling us about your drawing?
I drew 3 people having a picnic on a nice day under a tree with enough shade, but the sun was shining.
Why? Because it was the first thing that came to mind was what would be like a happy setting where a place I would be happy. Not the only place, but that's why.
So we can think of this as, say, a narrative approach. We're creating a scene, and the hope is that the intention that you put through this drawing, what you are trying to express, is also then understood by the people who are reading or seeing this drawing, to also understand the emotional content of the story that you're creating. I saw one over here. Would you please tell us about your drawing?
My drawing is a representation of people in action with connected ideas.
So we could think of this as, say, a metaphorical approach. Can you hold up your drawing again, please? Can you describe the people that you're drawing and the way that you drew them?
These are people in movement, so we're a little static right now for this to be us, but with ideas and connections between the people. So for me, I get joy and happiness from connecting with people and sharing ideas and being active together.
Okay, so I like this metaphorical approach. There's symbology that you've put into this, that it's not say the iconography of a smiley face, but you're creating your own visual language to represent these ideas that you're trying to express through the piece. There was one. Aha. Would you mind talking to us about your drawing, please?
I put words, Shabbat Shalom. I have 2 candlesticks, 2 chalot that sort of look like chalot, and 4 people.
Why did you choose that?
Because that's my happy place.
So this is a moment in time, we could say. And I think, why did you put words in your piece?
I think it was just more concrete.
It's a literal reference point, that we have a narrative approach over here, and here we have say a verbal approach that we're talking about what the thing is that we're doing. Did anyone actually write the word happy? Okay, I've done this before. People have put that in. I think that's also a perfectly valid approach. Words are symbols. And so if someone were to write adjectives down, I think that's also a worthy approach. There was someone, over here. Could you share with us your drawing, please?
It's kind of personal.
Okay. At least for me seeing this is what I could maybe classify as a gestural approach, that it's non-representational. It has an emotional content that I'm not personally privy to because this is a personal drawing. But the hope in putting out a piece of art like this is that the emotional content could come through, say, color choice or line work, the energy that comes through the design. So if we think of abstract expressionism, that's another way of expressing an idea that's non-literal, non-representational, that we're looking at the emotional content that comes through movement, through line work, through color choice, through size, and other aspects of visual choices that we're all making.
If I were asked, are you happy, I would never say yes. I just don't think happiness is, I have a wonderful life and I enjoy the things I do, but I wouldn't say I'm happy. I don't think I'd want to be happy.
And does that come through in the work?
For me it does, but I don't know for anyone else. No, I was thinking that for me, what I enjoy most is being able to speak with lots of people. I can't focus on anything for more than about 90 seconds. That's what makes my life, for me, just so wonderful.
And there was someone else who did a drawing in green, but I don't remember where I saw it. There was also a gestural approach. Someone raised their hand. Okay. Oh, but actually, would you mind sharing us your drawing as well, though? I think this is worth talking about.
This is, it's not meant to be, it is meant to be mountains, but it's being in nature and hiking and just being away from everything else and hiking in nature.
I think similar to, say, the narrative approach that we talked about before, that this is a moment in time, this is call it, say, an emblematic approach. This is an activity that we're representing that brings you joy. So let's we'll do one more of these. I would like everyone to draw inspiration. Draw inspiration, and we also, right? And you get 2 minutes. Draw the idea of inspiration. It's hard. Oh, I think my stopwatch went the wrong direction. Go for about another 30 seconds or so. All right, 10 seconds. All right, so just finish up what you're working on. This time, I would like to have people volunteer to tell us about your drawing and why you thought about it. And if I don't get hands, I will call on you.
Hi. Mine's a light bulb because the light bulb's going on, and there's a person with his thinking cap on. and he's the one that had the idea, and then there's his invention off to the side.
I looked around the room a bit. Raise your hand if you drew a light bulb. Yeah, so a few of you. Raise your hand if you also drew a thinking cap, though. I like that one. Okay, so we have double or layering of metaphors over here. Again, we're finding for this symbolic or iconographic approach. More hands before I start picking on random people.
I made this one because, to me, inspiration connects things that others might not think are connected.
I like it. And what I think we're starting to get at here versus before, so happiness is a concept that we have a pretty universal subset of icons that could represent this, and my hope is that this could be a little bit more complicated, and that the results that we get back might be broader or more abstract in how they're being represented. Let's do 2 more hands.
So I work at a school. We think about how we motivate our kids, and I guess we reshift that to say we can't motivate our kids. The motivation has to come from within them, and so the inspiration is about touching on pieces within them and helping pull it out and connect it to other pieces that are of themselves, of their psyche, that's important to them, and that we create a connective inspiration is our goal.
And I like that very much. That you're taking a philosophical approach and then representing that back through the relatively abstract but still intentional representation of that philosophy in the piece that you're putting together. Can I get one more, please?
I drew a lot of blue with a few little various shapes. There's you can't really see it from afar, but there's tiny rectangles, tiny triangles, tiny things going on. And yeah, instead of one big idea, I think inspiration is really taking up noticing very small things and maybe building on them.
And so as you were all drawing also on a very, very quick timeline because you had an impending deadline. How did it feel to be raise your hand if you feel comfortable representing yourself and your ideas visually, or so if you feel like you're an artist of some kind. Raise your hand if you found this exercise. Oh, that is true. That is true. Raise your hand if you felt comfortable expressing your ideas visually in this exercise. Raise your hand if this felt deeply awkward and uncomfortable for you to be forced to make art. Okay. I appreciate the honesty, and I think for myself, I was always I'll talk about this a bit more, that I was a kid who enjoyed expressing myself creatively, of creating work, of finding new ways of representing things. I think I figured out pretty early on that I was unusual in that respect. But I work a lot with kids. And more often than not, the kids who are in a workshop with me don't feel themselves exclusively to be artists. Because there are some kids who say, I can't draw, I'm not an artist, this is not part of my skill set. Not only is there an entire very long history of art making that they'll probably learn about in years later, that will tell them we don't need these kinds of specific skill sets. But I also want them to be out of their comfort zone a little bit. And I hope that you are also outside of your comfort zone a little bit. And to understand that there are other ways of representing things, that if you drew a happy face, that is a correct answer to this assignment. If you drew green explosions of fireworks, that is also a correct answer to this question. It's just a matter of how deeply you've thought through this process. I want you to hold on to your drawings of Judaism until the end of this program. If we have time, I may touch on that, and if we don't have time, I'll just leave some closing words to reflect back on your initial drawings. And with that, I want to go over to a visual, from visual to a performance.
Thank you, Hillel. So, cast your mind, if you will, over a distant point in time, a mere hour ago. Listening was such an important part of that first session. You will see and hear that it will be an important part in this exercise as well. We're going to start with a brief interactive exploration of an old Ashkenazi Jewish communal practice called kvetching. No, just kidding. Called Brumstimme. It means literally humming voice in Yiddish. It's a traditional form of active listening between the Baal Tefillah and the Kahal in Shul, between a prayer leader in synagogue and a congregation. I like to think of it as an egalitarian and almost conversational form of interaction between two entities in traditional Jewish space. So what is it? At its most basic level, it's when a single person is davening, when someone is leading a prayer through song, and when the prayer leader pauses on a musical phrase, the entire congregation hums the very last note of that phrase before the prayer leader moves on to the next phrase, as a form of support to the prayer leader as their community representative in a conversation with God. Now, for communities who know this practice quite well, it becomes something quite beautiful, with all kinds of complicated harmonies underpinning the prayers of the prayer leader. And it's not just Jews who do this. Comparable practices exist in South African and Bulgarian choral music. Today, we are going to try the most simple version. I'll play the prayer leader, and you'll play the congregation. So let's start, but I'll warn you, you really, really have to listen for when I stop, and not just when I stop, but what the last note is of the phrase, when I stop. Think of it as a kind of echo, and you guys are the echo. Remember, this is a conversation, but a very different one than the ordinary Jewish conversations that we're used to having, where everyone is interrupting each other all of the time. You have to listen until the end of each phrase. Deep listening, active listening, intentional listening, you know, like the Shema and all that. Okay. All right. So we'll try it. I'll start by giving you a little hint here and there, and then we'll go from there. Okay, first, I need to check. Can you hum? Okay, that's great. I was going to just pick a note and do it, but you guys just jumped right in. All right. All right. Let's see. Which one? Geschmack. Very nice. Can you guys hum a little bit louder? I'm feeling it's kind of like that scene in what was it? In Fiddler on the Roof when they're in the graveyard. Except they were singing a lot, and you guys are not singing so much. So I need you to sing a little bit more. I know it's the afternoon. All right. Yadadai. I should bring you guys with me every time. Okay. It's called the Broom Stimme. Broom. That's bass, resh, vav, mem, stimme. Okay. Broom, stimme, humming, voice. Yes. And you can try looking it up on Google. There won't be anything there because I tried doing that years ago. Maybe there's something there now. I don't know. I'll try another tune. All right. Let's see. Nice impression of a bass. Okay. It's Hasidic story time, so grab onto your pays because here we go. In the 18th century, there was a town in Hungary called the Naish Kalo, which is called Kalov by the Jews who lived there. The rabbi of this town had a curious gift, the ability to recognize in the wilds of the Jewish exile those particular melodies that had once been sung by the priest in the temple in Jerusalem, melodies which had been lost when the temple was destroyed thousands of years before. Melodies, much like people, can become unmoored from their places of origin and set to wander over the face of the earth. So the rabbi roamed, listening to songs wherever he happened to encounter them, trying to find traces of mysterious, undeniably priestly origin. One day, he was wandering through the Hungarian countryside, and he heard this. So der Noben, Schich mit Soben, Scheitale Jmada. So der Noben, Schich mit Soben, Scheitale Jmada. Now, here was a melody of undeniably holy origin, having floated all the way from the flames of the temple in Jerusalem to the Hungarian countryside, where it was being sung by a Hungarian shepherd who was watching his sheep in a field. The rabbi asked the shepherd to teach him the song, so they sat there in the field, the shepherd teaching the rabbi each phrase of the song until he had it just right. Do you know what that sounded like? Probably sounded like this. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. When the rabbi learned the song completely, he thought it only fitting to pay the shepherd for his time and effort. And as soon as he did this, the shepherd immediately forgot the song. Somehow it had completely left the shepherd's mind, as if his sudden forgetfulness was the receipt of some kind of divine transaction. This fragrant Hasidic story is an arresting one with implications in 1,000 different directions, some of them good and some of them not so good. Here's my interpretation. The future of the Jewish people is tied up in the lives and the cares, and I dare say the melodies of our neighbors, in whom these curious fragments of ourselves lie. It is our responsibility to listen and to learn in order to collaborate in building a more just and equitable future for us all. Oh, and also, Should you decide to appropriate some element of another's culture, seek that other out, give them an opportunity to share their gifts with your community, learn the meaning of what they have to share, and then fairly compensate that person. This isn't some woke scolding Ziskite. It's right there in the story. It's not my story. It's the Kalava Rebbe's story. I'm just some fakakta singer from Atlanta. Thank you.
Who here has played the game of telephone? Okay, great. I need a volunteer on this side and this side to be the beginning of the telephone and the end of the telephone. Will you be the beginning? Sure. Will you be the end? Okay, great. So this is the game. I come from proud Sephardic stock, and my tradition is oral. For 500 years, my tradition has survived through a great game of telephone. And we're going to see it in action right now. So I am going to tell you a phrase, and it's going to take about 5 minutes. We're going to let this phrase go through the room, but here's the challenge. Along the way, you have to change one word. Okay? You must change one word as you pass it. And you are only allowed to repeat the phrase once. So if you didn't hear it the first time, you get to ask, can I hear it again? So you will only hear it twice. And each time it passes from one person to the next, one word will change. So only you will hear the very first phrase, and we'll see how it ends. It's okay. If you didn't hear it, that's part of the fun of it. You can then take whatever you did hear and make it your own phrase. So it's okay if you didn't hear it. Along 500 years, I can guarantee many things were changed consciously and unconsciously. And it's okay to make noise, rustle some papers. If we don't hear it exactly right, that's okay. Okay, we have got two more people. We're nearing the end of the telephone line. Okay, you ready? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's come back. So who wants to hear what the original phrase was? Okay. The original phrase.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Carla, what was the last phrase?
Gaia has a package of blue markers.
Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that?
Change it again. Oh, that's really funny because they said blue and I changed it to red.
Can you repeat that?
Gaia has a package of blue markers.
Okay. So now, imagine 500 years ago, a boy was going off to war, likely the Crusades. That was more than 500 years ago, but imagine that you were a Jew living in exile from Spain 500 years ago, and as you left Spain and were traveling eastwards towards the Ottoman Empire, along the way you heard bits and pieces of different songs. Here's my telephone example. A la una yo nací. The very first stanza. At 1, I was born. At 2, I grew up. At 3, I fell in love. At 4, I got married. Soul, life, and heart. It sounds very romantic. Now look at the next stanza. Tell me, where do you come from? Because I want to get to know you. If you have no lover, I will defend you as mine. Soul, life, and heart. What does that have to do with the first stanza? Last one, going off into the world, I throw kisses into the air. This is how you know it's a Jewish song. The last kiss he gives is for his mother. One is for my mother, the other is for you, soul, life, and heart. Again, what does that have to do with the previous two stanzas? So it is very common through the oral tradition that as Jews migrated, they heard a song here, a snippet there, they changed some words there. They thought, you know what, this is a great melody. I'm gonna take this, I'm gonna make this my own, and I'm gonna put my own words in it. Till you get a song that is a patchwork quilt or a big old game of telephone. This was likely a song from the Crusades. A boy was going off to war, as that third stanza says. But then they wanted to add some of their own spirit to it, so they added on other parts. So here we are now in 2023 singing a version. We don't know how far away this version is from a version 500 years ago, but we are going to sing it, and we are going to be part of this oral tradition that is so sacred to me, and I hope by the end of this panel will also be sacred to you. So the way the oral tradition worked and the reason why it survived was because it was very easy to remember. The phrases are repetitive. So every 2 lines I'm going to sing, you're just going to repeat them. Here we go. A la una yo nací, a las dos me engrandecí. Now you're just going to repeat it. A la una yo nací, a las dos me engrandecí. Perfect. A las tres tu mi amante, a las cuatro me casé. A las tres tu mi amante, a las cuatro me casé. Now I'm going to sing this line because it's going to repeat 3 times. Alma, vida y corazón. It's going to go down, and then alma, vida y corazón. It's going to stay the same. And then we're going to go up. Alma, vida y corazón. Let's try that. Alma, vida y corazón. Alma, vida y corazón.
Alma, vida y corazón. That was perfect. Now, in the interest of time, we're going to skip to the last verse. Yéndome para la guerra, dos besos al aire di. Yéndome para la guerra, dos besos al aire di. El uno es para mi madre y el otro para ti. El uno es para mi madre y el otro para ti. Alma, vida y corazón. Everybody. Alma, vida y corazón. Alma, vida y corazón. Alma, vida y corazón. You guys were just part of the oral tradition. You just are letting us take one step further in this telephone chain. So thank you, thank you. That means a lot to me.
Thank you so much, everybody, for participating. If you felt uncomfortable at any part of that facilitation, just notice that if you're an educator, we ask students to do uncomfortable things all the time, right? We don't know who they are. We don't know if they're folks who are comfortable with writing, with speaking, with drawing, with singing, right? So just feel whatever you're feeling about what it felt like to sing in public, to draw in public. And for the next hour or so, we're going to talk. We are going to invite our three artists to tell us more about the context of their work and the unexpected ways in which they help the people that they work with think about Jews, Judaism, and Jewishness. I want to give a couple minutes. Let's just take about 2 or 3 minutes to stand up, stretch, get some water, and come back, and we'll begin our conversation. One more minute, folks. One more minute. Please do take a seat. There'll be more time for conversations over dinner.
Okay, we're reconvene.
Okay. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. Folks, if you heard your fellow participants clapping, that means it's time to take a seat.
Mira? Yeah. Just a quick community announcement.
Hi, people who like education. I just wanted to take a few minutes to remind people that Limud, Michigan is coming up Sunday, October 29th. It is here in Ann Arbor. It's at Washtenaw Community College. If you aren't familiar with Limud, even though some of you have been presenters at Limud and spoken, I don't know where Yaffa went, there she is. So Limud, Michigan is basically a day-long festival of Jewish learning. Every hour, there's 8 to 10 sessions going on simultaneously about the widest range of topics you can imagine. There's text study, there's Israel, there's current events, there's history, there's Jewish monsters and Jews in the punk movement and all kinds, excuse me, of topics, music, arts, Israel history, you name it, it is available through Limud. And it's a pretty amazing little d democratic experience where if you've never studied with somebody from a different denomination or a different perspective than your own, you can do it for 1 hour. And it's an amazing, amazing experience that I welcome you all to join us. And because it's in WCC, you can come for most of the day, you can come for part of the day, okay. You can come for part of the day, you can come for all the day. Please tell your friends, it's really amazing. In past years, we've had somewhere around 350 to 400 people come, and it's beautiful. It's a regional event, people from Toledo, North Michigan. It's amazing.
Okay, flyers.
I'm done.
Flyers over there.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Folks, you have gotten to know our artists so far through their work. Now let's get to know them through their words. So the first question that I am going to pose to all of our artists is perhaps the most straightforward one. Can you tell us more about you and more about your work? Sarah, would you like to begin?
Sure. 22 years ago, I told my single mother that I wanted to start a Ladino rock band. I still remember her perplexed reaction. "Oh, what?" she asked. And at the time, I wasn't sure if her confusion was because I wanted to do Ladino rock or that I wanted to do Ladino at all. As a young woman in my early 20s living in New York City, I was enamored of the idea of living an artist life and bringing the obscure music of my Sephardic heritage to my peers. Understandably, my mother asked me to get a side, read paying job while I lived out this dream. So how did this come about? Why did I want to start a Ladino band? And I'm going to anticipate a question that some of you might want to know, which is, did I grow up with Ladino? And the answer is, I learned from the handsome young boy who looks like he's wearing a sombrero. That is my grandfather, and this picture was taken around 1906 in a country that is now known as North Macedonia. At the time, of course, it was just the Ottoman Empire, and that was my grandfather, and next to him, the man smoking a nargila with the long beard was my great-grandfather, my papu, the elder. And I grew up in suburban New Jersey, in Princeton, which is not really the hotbed of Sephardic culture. And outside my bedroom door were pictures of these two men in my life. And I would pass by these photographs dozens of times per day. And I can tell you I was one of 3 Sephardic families in my community. And I knew that I was different. I knew just by staring at these pictures that we did not look like whatever Jewish looks like, but I knew that I didn't look like many of my peers. I didn't eat the same foods. I didn't sing the same melodies for holidays. And I was surely the only one of my classmates who could find Macedonia on a map. And it was lonely. It was lonely. And, you know, you don't really internalize this as an 8-year-old. But as I grew older, my love of music crossed with my fascination about my Sephardic culture, to the point that I tell people my first concert was my bat mitzvah, when I demanded that I sing Ein Keloheinu in Ladino. And I can tell you, I'm about to date myself, 34 years ago, no one was singing Ein Keloheinu in Ladino. Okay, now it's not so uncommon, but 34 years ago, I think I may have been the only one, at least as a 13-year-old, to demand it for a bat mitzvah. Fast forward, I grew up as a very classically trained Western musician, and I found myself in Israel performing at the Israel Vocal Arts Institute, where my coach just happened to be the late, great Nico Castell. And I don't expect you to know his name, but for those of us in the Sephardic tradition, he was one of the first people to have a published songbook in Ladino and in English, and was a great, great Ladino singer. He was also one of the head coaches at the Metropolitan Opera. So the fact that I got to study with him, in between our opera coachings, he brought to me traditional Ladino musical repertoire, which I had never had access to. Because, like many typical immigrant stories, my grandfather and my papu were escaping war. In their case, it was the Balkan Wars. When do we ever talk about the Balkan Wars? But in 1912, when the Ottoman Empire collapsed, there was an influx of Sephardic Jews who came to America. And like many people escaping war, they wanted to leave the old country behind. So they did not pass Ladino on to the next generations. They wanted to become American. So for me to be studying in Israel with Nico Castell, the chance to explore my Sephardic heritage was a dream come true. And I came back to America, and as my first job out of college, I knew I wanted to combine my love of Judaism with music, and I was the program associate at the now defunct National Foundation for Jewish Culture. And there I was charged with organizing their first symposium on new Jewish musics, plural on the musics. And because we noticed a trend, this was back in the year 2000, that Jewish music was expanding its boundaries in just incredibly innovative and surprising ways. It was the time of the klezmer explosion. You could find klezmer punk, klezmer funk, klezmer rock, klezmer tango, klezmer flamenco, you name it, there was something klezmer. And it was a very exciting time to be part of the Jewish music scene, if you were Ashkenazi. So not for lack of trying, I could not find 23 years ago, enough musicians working from within Sephardic culture who could match the energy happening in the Ashkenazi world. On the one hand, I was so inspired by this explosion in new music, but on the other, I was totally deflated that Sephardic culture was not represented. It was the first time I could see so starkly that my heritage was being left behind. So right after that conference, I gave my notice and set out to form my band. And that's when my mother told me to get a side job. I had a chip on my shoulder because it felt personal. I was an educated young adult living in New York City, surrounded by like-minded peers, and yet I quickly learned that hardly anyone I encountered 23 years ago had ever even heard of Ladino. So I took a camera to the streets of New York to prove it. Ladino.
Ladino. Okay.
Yeah, Ladino. If I had to guess, it sounds like some kind of meal, pasta meal.
Who's your favorite Ladino artist on the scene today?
I would say my favorite Ladino artist is probably Dino from the Flintstones.
Do you think that the rise of Ladino will ever reach the same international scope as Harry Potter?
No,
What about the Smurfs?
probably.
Yeah. If you could describe Ladino in one adjective, what would it be? That was perfect. Okay, so I know this audience is well aware that Ladino is not a pasta, and it is certainly not a character on the Flintstones. And of course, these were non-Jews, but within the Jewish community, that's where the problem was. And that's why it was so personal. Next slide. I grew up with the image of this synagogue seared in my brain. So a lot of people don't know that the Macedonia region, which encompasses Upper Greece and what was then Lower Yugoslavia, was the hardest hit area in World War II than in any other place. So where my grandfather was born in Monastir, now Macedonia, they lost 98% of the Jewish population. 98%. So with that 98%, right, you lose an entire culture. You lose the language, you lose the music, you lose every tradition. It's just the entire people wiped off the map. This picture is the facade of a synagogue in Salonika, Greece, which was equally devastated. The city was totally razed. 94% of the Jewish population was exterminated. The entire city was destroyed except for this one synagogue that was left standing. Why? Because the Nazis used it as a Red Cross shelter. Next slide. And for those of you who can read Hebrew, you can see that the facade says that it was built by the Monastirli community by Yitzhak Aroeste. Aroeste is my last name. So I grew up in Princeton, New Jersey, knowing that my entire heritage was essentially wiped off the face of the map, and yet this one synagogue that bears my name was left standing, and that's why it's personal. How was it possible that my Jewish friends didn't know this history? How was it that everyone, Jews and non-Jews alike, had heard of Yiddish, but no one had heard of Ladino, the most widely spoken Jewish language throughout the Eastern Mediterranean and the Balkans up until World War II? So music was my most powerful tool to combat what I saw as the erasure of my family's rich history. I'm truly not sure who is more surprised, me or my mother, that my career in Ladino culture continues to flourish 2 decades on. I certainly would not have believed that I would have released 8 albums, sold 5 Sephardic-themed children's books, led Sephardic heritage tours throughout Europe, and taught workshops and performed concerts across the globe. What started as a music career has grown with me over the years in age, in life stage, and in continued discovery about my own heritage. Next slide. Ooh. Next slide. We'll go on. Okay. So this was my first band photo in the year 2001. And here is me with my chip on my shoulder. I was, ready and armed. I was going to prove myself. This was when I was single, living in New York. And it was clear that my first 2 albums I released were very much about my single life. All my songs were essentially about unrequited love. Next one. And then came Gracia, where this album is my third one, and I had met the man I was going to marry, and I decided, you know what, I'm not quite ready to lose myself, so I have this feminist rock anthem to the great Dona Gracia Nasi that if you're here for dinner later, I'll be saying a few more words about. But I really wanted to reclaim my feminist persona before I jumped into marriage. And then I got pregnant. Next slide. So I realized as my friends were sending me albums of Hebrew music and regular kids music, where was the Ladino children's music? It didn't exist. So you know what? I was going to write it. So I wrote my own album called Hora de Despertar. It's all original children's music in Ladino because I wanted something for my kids. And Hora de Despertar turned into an animated cartoon music series, which then launched a teaching guide, my children's books, including Buen Shabbat, Shabbat Shalom, which is the first ever children's board book with Ladino words published by a mainstream publisher, a bilingual family holiday album, because I wanted to make sure that families of mixed heritages could enjoy holidays together, hence the name. And it is bilingual, Ladino and English, and it follows the cycle of the Hebrew calendar. So as my family grew, I wanted to create experiences for my family to be able, not only my family, but other families to experience Sephardic culture. And while I enjoy a thriving solo career, I love being on a world stage, who doesn't? But I noticed that my work in both music and books had greater potential to go beyond myself and to actually help create community. Next. So in 2017, I went back to my grandfather's birthplace of Monastir, which no longer exists. There's not a single Jew left, not one. So I wanted to take back the music that was vibrant before the war. So I brought together 30 musicians from Israel, Macedonia, Spain, and Germany to create this music together. I knew I didn't want to just come in and perform music by myself in this community. I wanted to create it with the community. And then COVID. I found myself being asked to do a lot of Zoom programs on Sephardic culture, and while everybody else was making sourdough starters, I was teaching my favorite recipes passed down to me from my family in Monastir. And then I thought, you know what, this is fun, but, next slide, I wanted to bring more people into my community. So I created a project, Savor, a Sephardic music and food experience that brings together 10 female chefs from around the world in conversation with Ladino songs about food. So I've curated an entire platform. It's a digital online platform where songs in the Ladino tradition are paired with recipes and conversations with these incredible, incredible chefs. Next. And then as I was reaching more people through Zoom, I wanted to reach people through any avenue I could, so I started web series. One is my Refran Rundown, which you can catch every Thursday, where I take a Ladino proverb and I break it down for people. And I also, I hope you can see that adorable little kid who is my daughter, and she has a series called Cute Kids Speaking Ladino. And I can't tell you how many people have come up to me to say during COVID how much Ladino they learned from my 6-year-old. Next. And during COVID precisely, I made it a point to work as much as I could with children, because creating programs specifically for children is where our community lies. So what started as just a Ladino rock band those 20 years ago really has become a platform to share a more holistic expression of what it means to live as a proud contemporary Sephardic person today. I am no longer a lone singer struggling to find community. I'm actually cultivating community through my work, and I'm engaging people across Jewish denominations and backgrounds with what I believe are vital artistic and Jewish conversations. I want to end by sharing with you a message I saw online recently. This is my most recent book called Mazal Bueno. And the next slide. Somebody wrote, so we got Mazal Bueno as one of the books from PJ Library. And I swear, my part Ashkenazi, part Sephardic, and part Latina toddler daughter is convinced that the book is about her. So cute. So of course, had it ended there, Dayenu, I would have been so flattered. It was lovely. But then, at the bottom, I needed to see this today. Heart. I'm running for school board, and we had our first voter forum, and some negative things against diverse people were said. And it goes on. And that's why I do what I do.
Hillel, can you tell us about you and about your work?
Nope. Nope, not that one. No, stop.
How do I pull? I'm just trying to pull up the files. Oh, that.
Very confused. You want to resume, right? No, I don't. Or do you want to get the file?
I want to get the file. I want to get Hillel's file up.
Goes in this.
Click up here. I got it from here. Back. Go back.
Go back.
The back button right there. Okay, and Hillel. That's one.
Yeah.
Great.
Just the center one? Great.
Yep. And we got it. And we got to go resume, and then you can do slideshow. The slideshow. There we go.
Aha.
Use the clicker.
Oh, now there's 3 of us. Is that all right?
Yep.
This is very exciting. I'm Hillel.
Mike.
Sorry. Oh, is this? Am I no longer?
Is that on?
Aha. All right, we're better? Yeah. Great. Hi, I'm Hillel. Let me tell you about some of the stuff that I do. So this is me. This is the Hanukkah display wall at Westfield Century City, big shopping center in Los Angeles, a year ago, or I guess a year and a half ago, Hanukkah. This is the kind of work that I love to do. It's large, it's vibrant, and it puts Judaism out in public and getting people to engage with it, hopefully to come up, to explore it, to have fun with it, to be in their face, and to be a part of this multicultural fabric in the cities and communities that we're a part of. If you look closely, the candles and also the side panels are made up of words and tiny icons about the holiday. The idea is that hopefully from far away it looks really cool, and also from close up there's other things you can find in there. Every day through the 8 days of Hanukkah, the mall staff was in charge of mounting a new flame on top of the mural, which I thought was really cool because now even the non-Jewish mall staff is lighting the menorah. It's these pieces that make me so happy to see how my work can be there for families who are just shopping at the mall, but are reminded that they too are part of the city of Los Angeles, that they are represented maybe not quite as much as the giant entire center of the mall Christmas display, but at least recognized a little bit. So how did I get here? Based on the date, I was, looks like about 5.5 drawing this. This is always what I wanted to do, draw pictures, and then did not realize that that was actually a job, but figured, hey, may as well try. And then moving forward a little bit, this was the kind of work that I was doing in college, just after college. I discovered graphic design in college, started working for friends' theater companies. Once I graduated, started working for other friends' theater companies, not on as campus projects, but jobs that I actually got paid for, which was nice. And what I loved about the art of poster design is that the essence is, how do you tell a story in a single graphic image? Unlike a movie posters are often called big head posters because they have big heads of all the actors. Theater posters, in particular, concert posters, stand-up comedy posters, have a different quality to them, which is that they're meant to inspire people to come to the show. If it's a theater performance, maybe they know something about the show before they come. And so the idea is, how do you capture an entire story in an image? These are two that I'm particularly proud of. A Rosencrantz and Guildenstern performance that a friend of mine was performing in. Patton Oswalt is a nationally known comedian. You've probably seen him in various movies. But the idea here is, how do I make something that's fun, that's interesting, that brings in the viewer, that forces people to look a second time, to make sense of all these pieces that are going on. And you can also start to get a sense of my style, that I'm like, I like working with flat colors, with simple images, with some bold single element that draws the attention. And then I went from there through lots of fits and starts to ended up working within the Jewish community, because after the economy collapsed, I had quit my job with a lack of foresight in 2008, and started working for synagogues, day schools, and then started working my way up through to national Jewish organizations, getting to do work like this, which, taking my affinity for poster design, this is a set of posters for BBYO that is a representation, along with the lyrics, of 3 songs they sing at their conferences and youth group events, along with translations. But the imagery is meant to be both engaging and inspiring to the teens, but also interesting, age appropriate, hopefully of a style that they might identify with or appreciate in ways that I didn't necessarily appreciate the Judaica that I saw as a teen. Working with organizations that have a sense of vision about what they're trying to get kids to learn has been really fun and inspiring. I've done a handful of projects for PJ Library. This is so in addition to the books they send out, they also send out usually 3, maybe 4 activity sets a year. This is a luggage tag that went out a few years ago to get kids to think about the intentionality behind Tfilat HaDerech, the Traveler's Prayer. So the luggage tag has the words of Tfilat HaDerech embedded in it in different ways. And then in addition to an address card, it had a couple sheets of paper that said, "Protect us from and make this trip blank space." And so how to get kids to engage with this ritual, with this prayer, to create this new piece of Judaica that is based on an idea of an amulet, particularly from in the Sephardi world, but to engage with this in a way that felt new, that felt real. This is a holiday calendar that went out, I think, last year around this time. I see some nodding. This is also super fun. The idea here is to get kids to have a constant reminder of the holiday cycle, but in a way that was fun, that was brightly colored. Making all these icons was, I think, one of the most fun times I've had working on a project in a while. If you look closely, you can track the days of Passover by the number of crumbs that the matzah's made, and the number of decorations that are in the Sukkot that are up there. The shape was meant to teach kids about how the Jewish day actually starts a little bit on the night before. And so creating this, and all these are stickers that go on this laminated sheet that you can take off, stick back on, to learn about the holiday cycle through a fun piece. This is the Hayas Haggadah that came out, I think, I don't know, I guess 3-4 years ago at this point. Hayas has a mission of advocacy for refugees and asylum seekers. And they had put together a lot of material about connecting the Passover story to the refugee experience, and then came to me and said, "We have this material, but can you make it visual as an actual Haggadah that families can either order online or print out at home?" And the task here was to create illustrations that bridge the two worlds of the recognizable imagery from the Seder experience. So you have Karpas, Maror, and then the Passover story at the bottom. But overlapping that with imagery from the refugee experience to create emotional content, as we did a little bit in the activity before. And then some personal projects. This is a Sfirat HaOmer calendar. I was inspired by some online challenges where you make something every day and thought, oh, well, the Omer is a verbal activity. How do I turn that into a creative activity? So every day for 49 days, I sat down on my computer and made an animated number. Some of them are a numeral, some of them are in Hebrew, some of them morph from one to the other. It was also a way for me to build my animation skills, so I found a fun excuse to do that. It was, I think, the first time I'd ever made it all the way through the Omer, because I had something that I needed to do. It was also very exhausting to have to do this much work every day for 49 days. And so that led me to another project where I thought, well, what is a more relaxed schedule? What if I did something a week? What happens every week? Shabbat is every week. And I started at Breshit and thought, well, I like concert posters. What if I did a concert poster advertising the Parsha? And so every week for that week was a leap year, so 54 weeks. Thankfully, I think there was only maybe one double Parsha. Create a poster to encapsulate the story that happens of that week, but in a completely different artistic vein than I had ever seen biblical illustrations before. So drawing on my minimalist graphic design aesthetic, also each one incorporates the name of the Parsha in Hebrew into the illustration. Probably the easiest one to see is Noach, and so in the blue you have the letters Nun Chet for Noach. There's the ark. If you look in the water droplet, the negative space under the Chet is the ark. The top part is the mountain. Next to it is Vayeshev, so this is the beginning of the story of Joseph, so you have his coat. And the end of the Parsha ends with Joseph in prison in Egypt. And so you have him, his hands bound as behind the bars, and the yellow letters, if you hadn't noticed, spell out Vayeshev. And this was an opportunity for me in a very similar way to the exercise that we saw the kids do before of reading the Parsha, reading the words, what's the emotional content, what are the colors that I'm using, what's the iconography that I'm grabbing onto, like we did in the activity. Am I using symbols? Am I using emotion? Am I using gesture? For the daughters of Slochot, is it the togetherness that we can see by only using curved lines? Is it the harsh reality of the broken tablets? How do I tell the story in a visual format that connects my readers and his experiencers to the work, and hopefully to pass on the drash, the commentary that I'm imbuing into these stories. It did pretty well. There's a book. You can get it online. And those are small things, but I also like working very, very big. So I've done a number of murals over the last bunch of years. This is at a kosher bakery in Los Angeles. Can anyone read the text? Hamotzi lachem min haaretz. So why did I put this on a bakery? Right, obvious reasons. And the idea here is similar to the, this is not a paid commission like the Westfield project was at the mall. This is a project I got a grant to do. But in the same respect, this is a way for me to express my Judaism at large in a style that resonates with me, that hopefully resonates with other people, that hopefully resonates with the 10-year-old version of me who is parking behind this bakery or the really good burger and sausage place next door. And to also put Judaism in conversation with the other communities and cultures in the city of Los Angeles who are also expressing their communal identity through the street art that's going up in their neighborhoods. This is at Camp Ramon Ojai. This actually no longer exists. It fell down in the weather a couple years ago. And the goal here is it has content. It says, U'knei lecha chaver, acquire for yourself a friend. But even for the kids who aren't old enough to read, the idea, or the people who don't have the Hebrew to be able to read, that the colors are inviting enough, that the expression is inviting enough, that the message comes through, even if the text doesn't. And thinking about placemaking. The Melrose Alleys are at a really interesting intersection in Los Angeles between the Haredi neighborhood of Hancock Park and the gay neighborhood of West Hollywood. And so how do I bridge those two communities who may not see themselves as partners or even occupants of the same city in a very large piece? So for a while, this is 90 feet long. For a while, I believe it was actually the largest permanent LGBTQ mural in the city. Here I'm co-opting the blessing Shesani Kirtsono, historically blessing said by women saying, thank you God for making me as intended in contrast to men. But here I'm reclaiming the bracha. So how do I create, again, a level of commentary, a play with typography, and a sense of space and purpose to the work that I'm putting together. And a lot of this is about community. This is, once I started noticing other artists similarly doing large-scale Jewish work, initiated a project that I called the Jewish Street Art Festival. Did the first one in 2019 in Jerusalem, where I gathered 10 other artists who were working also in their own little universes in whatever city they came from, doing Jewish work, and said, hey, I'm gonna get some grant money together, let's all go to Israel and paint together and make big Jewish work. So that was my piece. These are a number of other pieces that were installed at the time at Jerusalem's first station. And it's so much fun to work with other people that I don't turn down these opportunities. So, Fendi, the fashion brand maker of purses and fine coats, said, hey, we're doing a project on our new office building, which used to be Mussolini's office, and we would like to chip away at the negative connotations of this building. Let's do a Mussolini, the fascist dictator of Italy. And so let's chip away at this connotation by doing a multilingual, multinational communal project about togetherness. Called me up and said, hey, can you be in Rome in 3 weeks? And I said, that sounds good. And so here I am wearing a Fendi streetwear line. That outfit cost more than the suit I wore to my wedding. I did not get to keep it. And what was so powerful about this is a piece that really only existed in ad campaign. This is on the roof of the building. But the experience of putting Judaism in conversation with other communities to create something that feels vibrant and fresh and modern is really at the crux of everything that I do. I'll just do a couple more before I yield the floor. And trying to think about how to bring in more art and creativity into the work that I'm doing. Trying to think of other rituals that I could make into creative exercises. So the holiday of Purim has the mitzvah of mishloach manot, of giving gifts of food to your friends and neighbors. Thinking, well, okay, I'm a graphic designer. What if I turn this into a package design project? How do I make packaging for my mishloach manot that is professional, that's creative, that hopefully gets me some internet notoriety, but that also speaks to the messages, the stories, and the iconography of what's going on in the holiday? So I do one every year. I've been doing this for almost 10 years now. The horse that Mordecai gets ridden around the Shushan on, so with lollipop legs. Over here, so we're supposed to, the Megillah says, Mishloch manot Yisrael, you are sending packages, so it's designed to a little envelope. This is a cutout that's fruit by the foot that's behind the lettering. This past year, this is a designer handbag purse that fits a half dozen hamantashen. One of the ones I'm most proud of is 2016. The essence of the story of Purim is V'nahafochu, everything was turned upside down. There's an idea you're not supposed to know the difference between Haman and Mordecai after you're so drunk. There's Mordecai wearing the king's crown, Haman his three-corner hat. The entire box is rotationally symmetrical, so that when you turn it upside down, it's identical. And so there's a way of how do I take a story, infuse it into an object, and produce something that is a source of engagement and conversation. This is a project for during COVID. I was asked to be part of an online Jewish art reality show run by Moshe House. This is my final project for that. This is called Havdalah in the City. It is a full Havdalah set that takes the shape of a city block. You can find all the pieces, the spices or the graffiti on the wall. The candle is the street lamp. There's a little tzedakah box if you have that custom. And so again, it's coming up with new representations of traditional objects, hopefully in a way that people haven't encountered before. I think this is the last slide on here. And it's a constant challenge of whether I'm working with an organization or I'm doing stuff on my own. How do I make something that's new, that's fresh, but that's also deeply rooted in the past? And a lot of what Sarah was saying, I think resonates with me too, that coming into this world where you feel kind of alone because you have a heritage that's not represented in the world that you want to see, make that work. I saw a couple of this as a menorah called the Miracle Menorah. It's etched lucite. One direction says Hanukkah, turn it around, it says light. To create something that's a point of conversation and fun, and to hopefully inspire other people to make work that's similarly new and different and interesting, and especially working with kids to bring them on to this challenge and this opportunity of making Judaism young and vibrant and relevant into the future.
Thank you. So Hillel is being very modest. That COVID reality show is actually a competition that he won. Anthony, will you tell us about you and about your work? Pull up the slides. Bear with me. I'll pull up these slides. There we go. Just bear with me real fast.
I want to play it immediately. Oh, if you could stop it.
Yep. Stop it. Stop. There you go. You're up. All yours.
So I have to say, it's quite intimidating to have to follow both of these two lovely people. But I do have to say, I have collaborated with both of them. So if that in any way is a vote of confidence into what I'm able to do, I'm happy to say that I've been able to find creativity in both of their work as well. My name's Anthony Russell, Anthony Mordecai Tzvi Russell. I'm a performer, arranger, and composer of music in Yiddish primarily, but I've started to branch out as a multidisciplinary artist, both as an essayist and as a filmmaker. In 2018, I came out with an album called Convergence, which was an exploration of 100 years of Ashkenazi and African-American music. And last year, I came out with an album called Cosmopolitan, which was basically original settings of turn-of-the-century modernist poetry that was arranged for string ensemble and me. So what I'd like to show you, because most of my films tend to be biographical, like a lot of the information I could tell you now will be in the film. This is from a project that I did last year called My Own Personal Robeson. I did this in collaboration with an organization called Yiddishkeit, which is based out of LA. I was a Yiddishkeit Helix Fellow for 2016, 2017. It involved learning a comprehensive amount of information about Central and Eastern Europe, its Jews and its co-territorial peoples. At the end of that, we took an ethnographic trip to Belarus and Poland. This trip basically changed my life and the trajectory of my work. And this project actually came out of that trip because we were in Minsk, in a place where Paul Robeson had performed in his famous tour of the Soviet Union. And I remember our tour leader saying, hey, you should revive one of those concerts. And basically 1,000 things happened between that suggestion and when it actually happened. By the time we were able to do it, COVID happened. It was originally supposed to be site-specific work. I was going to do it in a space where Paul Robeson had performed in LA in the 1950s, but I was unable to travel. So I turned it into an online interactive performance event that was live. So yeah, this is the trailer for that, and I hope you enjoy it. I've been a classical vocalist for over half my life. Okay, let's try that sound thing again. It's not really, okay. Yeah? That? Okay. All right. I've been a classical vocalist for over half my life. It hasn't been easy. When a black man gets on stage and opens his mouth, the expectation is that things are supposed to happen. It's taken me years to figure out exactly what's supposed to happen. Whether I'm supposed to merely entertain my audience, or move them to tears, or inspire them, convincing them of my essential humanity, or to remind them of their own, or whether there's even enough space for me to experience those things too. The tears, the inspiration, the humanity. Whether, when I step off the stage, the world is a slightly different place, a slightly better place for me and the audience than when we all arrived there. I'm still in the middle of finding this out. Now, firmly in the midst of the 21st century, in the middle of a worldwide pandemic, I can't help looking back to the 20th century where I first encountered Paul Robeson. I find myself wanting to complicate what that encounter was supposed to mean, if it ever meant anything at all. In 1957, Paul Robeson wrote, "History demands united action on the part of the people of our country to put an end to the myths of white superiority." Reading those words now, I wonder where they end and where I begin. Where do we begin as residents of a house on fire, the house we live in? So The House We Live In was one of Paul Robeson's most famous songs. It was first popularly covered by, Frank Sinatra, actually. That's the most famous version of it. But Paul Robeson was also one of its most famous singers. I look on my work as being a space where the Black community and the Jewish community, and combination of those communities, can actually explore continuities between these communities, and also celebrate and enact some of the history of solidarity between these two communities as a blueprint for future solidarities. So basically, that's me, and Laura, take it away.
Thank you, Anthony. Time has rushed away from us, and so I'm going to ask my three artists here to grant me the following change to our scheduled program. I want to close out with just one question, which I'll ask you to answer without slides in the interest of time. And of course, the theme of this gathering is unexpected gifts. And thank you. And throughout all of our conversations, we have talked about how one of the commonalities in your work, for all three of you, is that in different ways you all break down and expand ideas of what Jewishness looks like, sounds like, tastes like. And I'm wondering if you could just talk each for just a couple of minutes about how that resonates for you and in your work, and just the theme of unexpected gifts. Hillel, would you like to begin?
One thing that I had prepared, I speak visually, so I had prepared more slides for this. One of the things that inspires me throughout Jewish history is, as much as we think that we have some kind of ancestral Jewish tradition that comes unmediated from some previous historical generation, that's entirely not true, because every previous historical generation also looks around to their surroundings to see what elements of their aesthetic environment, their visual environment, their audio environment are meaningful and compelling for them, and then uses that to inspire the work they do together, whether it's the melodies, the aesthetic, and it wasn't until, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, maybe a little bit more, that I started asking the question, well, I did graphic design history and art history in college. Is there a history of Jewish design? And then turns out there is. And finding that community of people who were my age 100 years ago and putting out work, and knowing that community existed, that those resources still exist if you're willing to find it, I think that has been the most unexpected gift of my whole journey, recognizing that we are part of this fabric, that there's nothing new under the sun, as we read, 2 weeks ago in Shul. But so much of that is true, that we are the next iteration of this constant search for what is authentic Judaism, what is traditional Judaism, and then opening that up for questions of what is authenticity, what is tradition, at what point does authenticity find its way to a specific moment in time where someone just invented a new thing that we adopt, and how do we bring that forward?
If I could piggyback off of that really briefly, I found this in a lot of the work that I was doing beginning in 2020 with an organization called the Worker Circle, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Arbiter Ring was how it was originally known. And they brought me on in order to find a way to create programming for them that dealt with the issue of systemic racism and anti-racism, but actually made sense in the context of the Worker Circle, their mission as a social justice organization, but also as a Yiddish culture organization. And I think at the time, if you can cast your mind back to 2020, or even if you want to, there were a lot of Jewish organizations that were wondering, like, okay, so like, how do we actually do this? How do we have a conversation about racism, because it doesn't seem like it's a conversation that's really been had? Are we going to come off as seeming authentic having this conversation? As far as my work with the Worker Circle is concerned, it was very easy for me. What I did is I developed a program series for them that was about depictions of American systemic racism in Yiddish language and culture, of which there were about 1 billion. So the first one was about a play that came out in 1935 in Warsaw called Mississippi, which was a version of the Scottsboro Boys' Trial. It was put on by a Yiddish troupe in Warsaw and then became an international hit. The second one was about a Soviet Yiddish poet who was writing about the American civil rights movement and protest from Soviet Russia in the 1950s. And the third one was the coverage of racist incidents in the Yiddish language press. So it was very easy for me to find a way to talk about the issue of systemic racism, because it turns out that Jews have been talking about systemic racism for almost as long as they've been in this country, because it's something that affects them as much as it affects anyone else in the United States. And a lot of those conversations initially were in Yiddish. I think it's funny that it took me, this like random black guy who decided he was interested in Yiddish, to say, hey, we've had this conversation before, and actually it's a conversation we should have been having all of this time, and maybe by looking at these conversations that we had, we can begin to have them again.
So I invite you all to put up your hands. Just look at your hands. They're beautiful. They're beautiful. Are your fingers the same from one another? Todos los dedos de las manos no son unos. It's one of my favorite expressions in Ladino. All the fingers of the hand are not the same. And one of the unexpected gifts, I think I've always known, as you can see on my water bottle, Ladino rocks. I think it's seeing other people's awareness of the fact that Ladino rocks. We have to give people the opportunity to learn about the diversity and the breadth of Jewish culture. We can't expect everyone to know about cultures that are not their own. But we as a Jewish community, we need to do better to allow the opportunities for especially our youth to engage, to have experiences that are lasting and meaningful with other parts of our fingers. So I always end programs by making the point that Sephardic culture is Jewish culture. Right? We're not some other. We are Jewish culture. You might not be Sephardic, you might not be Sephardic, you might not be Sephardic, but we are all fingers of the same hand of Judaism. We're all part of this magnificent Jewish culture, and you need these hands, these fingers. You need all the different fingers, and it's precisely that they're not the same. That's what makes our hands so beautiful. So for me, watching people understand that is like the greatest gift that I've experienced, and I hope that I bring to other people.
I was very lucky in the beginning of my career to actually have the model of Sarah Aroeste as a way of being able to talk about the issue of diversity within Jewish community, because I feel like when I first got to Jewish community, I was in diverse spaces. Those diverse spaces were tall Jews and short Jews. That was the kind of diversity that I was experiencing in many of the Jewish spaces that I was in. It's interesting that many times the diversity of the Jewish people is brandished in a very defensive way when it already exists. It's already there, and it's really up to us, all of us, to make sure that there are spaces for the real diversity of Jewish people to exist, to flourish, and to be celebrated. So I just wanted to give props to you for that, because like, I consider myself to be a cultural activist, but like, you know, this is like kind of the blueprint, so.
Do you want another word before we close?
So I guess the last thing that I'll say, so at the very beginning, I had you draw Judaism on a piece of paper that you folded up. In light of everything that we saw and discussed and shared, I want you to think about that. What is it that you drew? Was it a symbol? Was it, maybe it's a star? If you drew a picture of someone in a black hat with payas, that's a valid answer, but think about why that was what your mind drew you to initially. Was it an experience? Was it Shabbat? Was it a holiday? Was it an abstract expression of your feeling in your encounter with a holiday or tradition? Every one of you will have a different answer, but also that answer might change. And also, you may not have felt that you had the vocabulary to express what Judaism represented to you in the way that you might have thought if you had more than 30 seconds to draw, or the prompt of a deeper conversation about what Judaism could mean to each of us individually, and the respective backgrounds, and the forms of Judaism that we grew up in, that we encounter, that we live in, that we have adopted for ourselves.
Please join me in giving our artists a round of applause.
Wow, thank you so much, all of you. It's really inspiring. Thank you all. We are in, I hope all of you will join us at Hillel. Even if you didn't RSVP, you are welcome. For dinner and music and teaching and sharing, some sharing in remembrance of Harlene. So thank you all for this afternoon. If you'd please, if you have bottles or wrappers on the table, pick that up. I hope folks know and put them in the recycling or the trash. So tomorrow morning, everybody is invited again at 10 a.m. Anybody via in person or also on Zoom, which I did share with people who registered how to access that, for teaching by our educators, Sivan Zakai Ann Rebecca Milder, to talk about confronting the big questions with kids. And we're confronting the big questions now, as all of us are. So I think one thing I learned today is, you know, we want to challenge children, but as we do so, we challenge ourselves. And we need to do that. I love the idea of I think about it all the time. It's not about pouring knowledge in, it's about being in a conversation and moving the telephone chain forward. And so thank you all for doing that today. If you're available, join us again tomorrow morning at 10 here. And thank you all so much. And you can drive over to Hillel, or I'm sure some people will be is anybody walking? Okay, and there will probably see security outside. There are other things going on campus today, but we've been taken very good care of by the Department of Public Safety and Security here, or whatever they call it. And could we also have just JCLP alumni and students who want to get a quick picture, and we'll take some more pictures over at Hillel as well.